next 2 days. So let me just open us up in a word of prayer. Father, it's good just to pause and be still in your presence this morning. And we thank you for this day. We don't take it for granted. Lord, an opportunity like this to gather with other brothers and sisters and to receive training together and to be encouraged and to be equipped and to be inspired. Lord, today and tomorrow are gifts of your grace. And so we just first say thank you. And God, we pray and ask for your help today. Would you give us the grace to focus, to listen, to drink deeply, to interact well? We don't want to miss out on anything you have for us over these next 2 days. We just pray, Holy Spirit, that you would empower Lee as he brings forth and facilitates today. Pray that you would move in our hearts and in our lives, and just pray that you would be glorified in and through CP 101. That this would be for the good of your church in all different communities throughout California and beyond. But be glorified. We offer this time up to you. Pray this in Christ's name. Amen. Just want to point out a few things, just building-wise, before I pass the mic to Chris. Number one, if you do want to get on Wi-Fi, the password is the gospel. All lowercase, THEGOSPEL, the gospel. The network is LHN Church. If you do need to charge anything, this is an old building. The sanctuary was built in the 60s. There's just not an abundance of outlets available. So come and talk to me if you need to plug anything in at any point, and we can track down an outlet in the building to get you charged up. Lastly, restrooms. So there's a couple of options. One, there's a women's room. If you go out through that door and around the corner, there's a women's room tucked around there. The men's room is a little bit trickier. There's both men's and women's rooms through this door down this hallway. However, we are asking that when Lee is up front presenting, unless it's a break, please do not use those restrooms. But I'll give you one other men's room option, just in case you catch an emergency during the training. If you go out this door and down the stairwells there's a men's room in the basement at the bottom of those stairs. But come see me if you need a reminder of just any of those items. But again, we're super excited just to be your host today and excited to see what God's going to do. So I'll pass the mic to Chris.
Hey, thanks, Dave. Can we give a hand clap for Dave and this church hosting us? You know, it's really cool to be in a room full of planting pastors and leaders. Amen. You guys are game changers, life changers, people that are going to be changing the world through the work that you guys are doing and how God is using you to do that where you're at, whether that's in Pac West here or wherever. My name's Chris Lovelace. I oversee Converge Pac West planting in Hawaii, Northern California, and Nevada. So it's a pleasure and an honor to host and be here. But I get the special honor of introducing our speaker today, Lee Stevenson. He'll be teaching us. He is the Vice President of Church Planting for Converge. He is also the person who started and is pastoring Harvest Church in Orlando, Florida. He's married to Melissa. He's also been in this role since 2015. And I got to say this, Lee was a part of when I went through CP 101. And absolutely, this guy is going to fire hose you with a bunch of stuff, church planting. You cut this guy, church planting bleeds from him, and he wants to see lives changed. So would you welcome him today? And again, just excited for him to be here.
Thanks, Chris.
No microphone needed.
I don't need it. Hey, good morning. Good to be with everyone. Excited for the next 2 days. We're going to get through a ton of material. And before we dive in, I just want to hear a little bit about who you are, your story, where you're going, what you're looking at doing, and at the same time, tell me one thing that you really, really want to get out of the next 2 days. Sound good? All right, I'm gonna start right here with Brent, and then we'll make our way kind of around this way.
Cool. I'm Brent. In Phoenix, Arizona right now, the Cornerstone Church. Kind of been a part of the Converge family now for going on a little over a year. And the one thing that I want to get out of this after having the conversation with Lee said after church planting 101, that he was going to one, say that I've absolutely got to do this, or number two, pardon my language, hell no, I will never plant a church. So that's what I want to get out. My one answer, yes or no.
I think we'll clarify that for you the next 2 days. So, good, Tony.
Tony Amicangelo. We planted LifeSpring Community Church 23 years ago, so I'm excited about getting the first steps on how to do this. Actually, the church planting model that we used to start LifeSpring, we don't use anymore. So I wanted to get the new process, because I've got a church planter that I'm coaching in City Center, LA, which is the first inner city church that we've planted in Southwest since forever. And then I've got another, we're planting a house church just down the street from LifeSpring, and we planted it in September. We've already split once into 2 groups, and we're going to be splitting into 4 groups before the end of the year. So I'm just trying to I want to get a handle on how to coach these guys in the new ways of our culture.
Awesome, awesome. Thanks, Tony.
Sure.
Back here and back. Yep.
And Kevin, my wife Brooke and I planted Redemption Community Church in Barrett County on Easter Sunday this year. And kind of what I want to get out of this is learning how to church plant, because I have no idea what I'm doing. So.
Welcome, Kevin. Good to have you.
Jeff actually serves as an intentional intro pastor at Converge, been with Converge almost 30 years, I guess now. I used to say to God, that was my loophole, that I was so grateful to be able to church plant in 1995, and greatest blessing in ministry I've ever had. If he didn't give it to me again, that'd be awesome. And now here I am. I'm going to be planting in Kauai this summer, heading out there. And I'm here because things changed, and I want to get re-upped on what that means.
Yeah, yeah. Great. Glad to have you, Jeff.
My name's Robert Collins, my wife Shelley, and we're planting a church in Papillion, Nebraska, which is just outside of Omaha. And I've been in ministry for about 17 years, but we've never planted a church. And so hoping to get a lot of wisdom this weekend, but the one thing I really want to get is, I know there are things that I, as the lead guy, need to be focusing on, and I want to know what those are, and what to delegate and to push off that other people need to be doing or can be doing, so I can do that.
Great. And Shelley, you're just here to support? Away from the kids. So.
I've also been in ministry. We were formerly both on staff. So, yeah, just trying to, what I can do, what he can do. We're both trying to work jobs as well. We have 4 teenagers, so life is really just
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Makes sense. Great. Back here.
We're starting a church in Antioch, California. Hopefully, we'll launch this December. So what I like to get the most out of it is how to train leaders, rather than how I did. And of course, everything here is new to me. So, and how to reach the community.
Good.
But we're starting hopefully ethnic church or toward Filipino. So excited, and Pastor Chris right here, right hand.
Awesome. Glad to have you all.
All right, my name is Micah Campos. I'm from Stockton, and I'm a part of Pastor Amano's church, as some of you are familiar with, in Stockton. And we're currently working on a church plant there for about the past 2 years or so. And ever since we started the church plant, everything was good. But then when 2020 hit, everything changed. So as a young church plant still trying to start up, now we're trying to adjust to how the pandemic and everything is affecting it. And one thing
Glad to have you again, Micah. Sure.
Welcoming people off the street to come in, yelling at them in the microphone and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So we want to do it the way God is giving us the blueprint to do it, which is totally different. So we're excited. We're like a sponge. And then just to add on to what he said, now that the pandemic happened, a lot of things are being done virtually. Some people are not comfortable coming, so just being able to be there to meet the needs of all of those who are in that different place.
Super, super. Well, glad to have each and every one of you. I know we have a couple more that I think got stuck in traffic. They're going to be making their way in as well. Just stare at them when they come walking in late. Okay, let's make it awkward for them. So, what's that? Oh, yep. Oh, go ahead, James.
Hi, I'm James, Dee's husband. Basically, like she said, we just want to learn a different way of planning churches that I want to start a church. The whole process so far has been very interesting, and I'm just glad to be a part of it. And like you said, just we're like sponges trying to soak up as much as we can to learn a different way to start churches from what we're used to in our culture.
Super, super. Well, looking forward to the next couple days. We're going to, as Chris kind of mentioned, we're going to go through a ton of material. So to give you kind of a little bit of introduction as to where we're going, you've got a book when you came in, the First Steps book. A lot of the material we're going to be talking about over the next 2 days is in there. Not all of it is. So sometimes people will try to keep up. What page number are you on? I get going so fast, it's going to be impossible for you to try to keep up on what page number that the conversation is and stuff of that sort. For your goodness, and for all of our sanity, we're not going through that page by page, okay? It's way too much more material there. But I want you to know, like, that is a wealth of information just to help you through the process. And it gives you, because by the time we're done tomorrow, your brain's going to be hurting with so much information that you go, I know Lee talked about that, but I have no idea what we were actually talking about. That's why you have the book, to be able to reference, kind of go back to and refresh part of the conversation. The second thing I want to say is, like, this is your time. And so at any point during our conversation over the next 2 days that you're going, hey, I have got questions about that. I want to dive a little deeper into that. Don't hesitate. I want you to get what you need to get out of our conversation. And I'll adjust as necessary as we kind of continue to move through this. The next thing I want to kind of mention to everybody is the things that we're going to be talking about are going to be principle based. We'll talk a little bit about some of the different models and some of the strengths and some of the weaknesses and different things of that sort. But we're not going. This training is not model centric. We are going to be really hitting different principles. Depending on your context, you will have to contextualize it based on where you're planting in the country, who your target audience is, all those type of things. But these principles that we're going to walk through, they work across context. I'll give you a little bit more of my history. This is my family, so let me introduce you to my family. My wife and I have been married 18 years. Together, we have planted 2 churches. We planted our first church in Mesa, Arizona, among the Mormons, and did basically cross-cultural ministry there. And then, lo and behold, God had different plans for our life. I never saw us ever leaving Arizona. I thought we were good. Life was going well. Church planting was going the way we wanted it to go. We did church planting in a movie theater. We did church planting in a high school. We transitioned the church to property, got our building. We planted 4 other churches in the first 6 years of our church. Like, it was everything you dreamed of was going perfectly. And then God kind of said, hey, tapped me on the shoulder and said, I have something else I want you to do in this season of life. And we got a call from our new president of Converge about 2 weeks after he stepped into that position and said, Lee, I want you to come and lead planting for Converge. And my my reaction was, no, we're good. Like, I'm not interested. I'm honored, but we're good. And I came home and told my wife, and she just started bawling. I said, I told him no, like, no, we're good. But he wanted us to pray about it. He's like, would you at least pray about it? I said, no, like, I've used that trick on everybody else, So I'm like, I wasn't born yesterday. But we said yes. And so together we began to pray, and it took us about 3 months. And God kind of said, hey, I tell people it was an Abraham and Isaac moment in our lives where he said, would you place your baby on the altar and walk away? And he was very serious about it. Hardest decision we ever made was saying goodbye to that church that we birthed. And we moved from Arizona, Phoenix area to Orlando, Florida to assume this role. We were 3 years in Orlando, and it was a struggle. We were driving about 35 minutes to a church, and the way we picked a church was it had to be doctrinally sound, and I wouldn't be embarrassed if I invited a friend. Those were the two things. The closest church to my house was 35 minutes. I could say yes to those two things. And which I was a coach. I'm coaching kids. I'm meeting families. They wouldn't drive that far. And I began to try to recruit church planters, and then it became evident God would say, no, I want you to do this. And so we launched a church. We literally celebrate 3 years tomorrow. So we're a 3-year-old church, and we've now been in a pandemic longer than we were pre-pandemic. So we get the challenges and the struggles that creates. But we're having a great time, and God has been good to us. I am a volunteer lead pastor planter. And so I'm doing very much co-vocational ministry. I'm full-time with Converge. It's a demanding job, and then I volunteer my time to do the church plant. And so part of my story is I'm a pastor's kid. I've done ministry in all kinds of different contexts. I've done ministry in a rural setting in a town of 2,500 people. I've done inner city work for a number of years. I've done youth ministry. I've done young adult ministry. I've planted 2 churches, and so in multiple different contexts. And so that's why I say when we're going to be we're going to talk about principles that work across all the different contexts, but you're going to have to really think through, okay, how does this play out in my scenario? If you have questions specific to that, just ask, and we'll sit and we'll dialogue, and I think it'll be a fun conversation for everybody in this process. Together, Melissa and I, we've got 3 kids. So my oldest, that's Aaron. He's just turned 14. He's a competitive swimmer. I spend a ton of mornings and a ton of evenings sitting at the pool. And everybody goes, how do you get time to write sermons and stuff? It's poolside. That's literally where I write most of my sermons, is sitting there watching him swim, and then I'm typing away. My daughter there, she's 10, Noelle, and Noelle is a softball player. And she's all in right now to softball. She's following in her mom's footsteps. So her mom graduated, played softball at Biola down in La Mirada. And then Joshua there. Joshua is going to turn 6 in just a couple days. And you may look at him and kind of go, he doesn't fit the rest of our family. That's true. I just tell people he was made in China. But Joshua actually came to our home just over 2 years ago. And it really just a unique, crazy story. And we love talking about it because it's got God's grace all throughout his story. My biggest thing is I ask people when they see Joshua, just pray that God would redeem the story. Would you just join me in that? And he's got some things he's going to have to work through. But we know the God that can help do all of that as well. So Joshua's biggest thing right now is he's into John Deere. And so he loves little John Deere tractors, and he is the Chinese boy that walks through the church with a cowboy hat and cowboy boots on. And so he brings a lot of joy to our home as well. That's my dog. I have to show off my dog. So Koi is his name, and he's my hunting dog. So part of what I like to do for fun is I like to go hunt. What do I like to hunt, Chris? Hogs. So I love to hunt wild hogs, and Koi is actually trained to track them down and to help us catch them. And when I say catch them, we actually catch them. We catch wild hogs by hand. We don't use guns or anything like that. So if you like adrenaline, come join me on a hunt sometime. I'd show you a picture of my cat, but cats are useless. So I'm just kind of not into them. So, but I want us to, as we kind of move forward today, what is the goal? What do we want to accomplish in our time over the next 2 days? This is really my goal for all of us. Is the goal of Planting 101 is to discover the church that God has planted in your heart, and we want to help that become a reality. There's a unique thing that God's done in your life that brought you in this room at this time. And God is wanting to build something unique through you, in you, around you. And we want to help identify what is that, what would that look like, and how do we actually build something that has a foundation that's going to outlast you. Because it's not about you. And so we want to build something that's going to be kingdom-oriented way beyond us in that process. Now, when you decide you're going to plant a church, this is how most people react to you. You know, you may walk into a community, you walk into an area, and you're going, hey, I'm here to plant a church, and they're going to look at you like you are from outer space. That just makes absolutely no sense. I was probably 5 years in pastoral ministry before I began to even understand the importance of church planting. I remember thinking church planters were crazy too. Like you're from outer space. Why in the world would you ever want to plant a church? The only reason you're planting a church is because you can't get a real church. Like that was my thought. That was my opinion. And God kind of radically changed that, and now I give my life to church planting. But just know, like this is normal in the process of planting a church. Now, let's talk a little bit about why do we start churches. Let me kind of give you a few talking points. Because you're going to hit this over and over and over again, that when you talk to individuals, when you talk to family members, when you talk to other churches, even church folk, like you'll talk about, hey, we're going to go start a brand new church. Everybody's going to be like, why? Like it just doesn't make sense. Why would you do this? I'm going to give you a couple key talking points to help you in that conversation. First of all, church planting is still the most effective way to reach people for Jesus. It is a fantastic evangelistic tool to reach a community, to start a new church. Why do you think that's true? Why do you think it's true? Doesn't necessarily look like a church. Yep, absolutely. Especially if you meet in a movie theater or something. So, good. What else? Yes. Yes, there's got to be a driver for you. And that leads me to this point, guys. If you're planning a church for any other reason than reaching the lost for Jesus, don't do it. It's way too hard. Don't do it. Just walk away right now. The idea that there are people dying and going to hell if they don't know Jesus, that should drive you the morning you wake up and when you go to bed at night and again the next day. If that's the driver as to the reason why you're planting a church, fantastic. Listen, church planting isn't about stealing other sheep. It's not about getting Christians that are already out there and they're a little disenfranchised with their current church to start coming to your church because you can do it better. We start churches because people are dying and they're going to hell. And we've got to do everything we possibly can to reach them. Here's some interesting statistics, and these are the things that keep me awake at night. This is what fuels my prayer life. In 2016, so Converge, along with a lot of the large denominations around the United States, participated in a several-year research project to kind of see where are we at when it comes to the health, the climate of the church in the United States, and looking at projections as to where the church is going. And how ready are we to be able to continue to make an impact in the United States when it comes to Christianity and the spread of the gospel. So right now in the United States, roughly coming out of that 2016 study, and it hasn't changed in the last 5 years, we are one church per 1,000 people in the United States. That's kind of the status quo mark. If a community falls under that, you're considered an under-churched community, okay? That's important to know because it is a helpful talking point. For instance, we're launching another church in October. So we're literally October 24th, we're launching a new congregation in a community about 35 minutes south of us. And that community has doubled in size in 4 years. So it went from 28,000 to 60,000 people in 4 years, that specific community. They have not added one church in the last 4 years. But I have had multiple churches call me, email me, upset at the fact that we're coming to their community to plant a church. And I've just simply told them, I said, listen, and I walk them through the research, the stats, and say, listen, one church per 1,000 people is the status quo in the United States. We're not even close to that in this community. That's why we're coming to the community. It's not to steal your people. It's not to do this. It's because there's so many people here that there's not one church that has the capacity to reach them all. We've got to figure out a way to work together. So one church per 1,000 people status quo. We were seeing the fact that we were closing in 2016. We saw the stat kind of begin to flip, where we were closing 3,700 evangelical churches a year here in the United States. So shut the door, not opening back up. 3,700 churches a year were closing. We were opening 4,000 churches a year. So we were actually at a point where we saw it flip, where we were opening more churches than we were closing here in the United States. So we had a net gain of about 300 churches. Well, when you listen to that, you're like, fantastic. That's exciting. We're going to celebrate that. That's great. Here's the challenge that we're facing. Let's look at population trends and projections of where the United States is going. So in 2050, what the conservative number that we're looking at going the U.S. population is going to be here. In order to keep the status quo, one church per 1,000 people, we actually need a net gain of 1,900 new churches for 30 years straight. And we're only at 300. That's why church planting matters. But here's the thing. 2019, this is pre-pandemic, we closed 4,500 churches. We only opened 3,000 churches. And that was pre-pandemic. The estimates are 2020, 2021, our average close is probably estimated at around 8,000 to 9,000 churches closed their doors during the pandemic. And we need a 1,900 net gain just to keep the status quo. Here's the thing. This is our generation's greatest problem here in the United States. It really is. And so I share my misery with you and ask, would you help? We got to figure this out. We've got to figure out how to change this. It is not okay. This isn't our generation. This is our responsibility. We've got to figure out a way to change the way the game has been played. And so in my mind, it opens up a way for creativity. And we need to realize, like, church planting still is the most effective way to reach people for Jesus. And partly because this, too, as a church planter, if you're not reaching people for Jesus, you won't exist as a church, just practically speaking. And so it works into the business plan. Second, we start churches because it's about the glory of God. Everything we do, all that we say, all that we do, it should be about His glory. Here's the thing. Do not plan a church to be the next Instagram star. The newest, latest, greatest on YouTube. That is not the goal. The goal is not your glory. The goal is not to see, hey, look at the stage I can create. The goal is all about His glory. If God allows you to have multiple thousands or millions of followers on Instagram, use it for His glory, not your glory. But don't pursue it. Don't pursue it. The third thing is it's about the mission of God. Oh, I love the fact that God has chosen to use fallen people, broken people, to carry out His mission. He could have done it anyway. He could have done it in multiple different ways. He could have just talked to everybody and say, look at me, follow me, And everybody's standing there, wow, yeah, I need to. But he chose not to do that. He chose to work in our lives. He chose to work through our lives. And he says, I got a mission, and I want you to help me with that. There is no greater privilege than to be able to link arms with one another and link arms with our God and to carry out his mission. And so see the privilege in that as you're moving forward and looking at planting a church. And number 4, it's about the kingdom of God. It's about the kingdom of God. The greatest place for anybody to be is under his rule, under his authority. It's under his reign. And God knows that. And so God, is part of his redemptive plan, is to bring everything under his reign, everything within his kingdom. And so as he's moving and we're working with him and we're on mission with him, we are actually actively working to expand his kingdom. And the practicality of this is when you decide to plant a church, you are walking in the front lines and you are taking a flag and you are stabbing it in the ground and you are declaring this is God's. You have to be prepared. Everything that you can imagine is going to come against you to try to push back from your kingdom expansion work. We'll talk a little bit more about that this morning. But it's just important to kind of be aware, like part of what we're doing is we're actively working to expand the kingdom of God. Any questions or thoughts on these 4 kind of talking points, why we start churches? Yep. Where are we going to go? Let me kind of walk you through some of the talking points we're going to take a look at during the conversation over the next 2 days. We're going to walk through just personal preparation to plant. What are the things you need to know? What do you need to pay attention to? We're going to talk about the art of networking and gathering. So as you go into a community, some of you are going to go into communities where you know nobody. What do you do? How do you begin to build bridges? And we're going to talk through some very practical things you can actually participate in. We're going to talk about how do you actually build a launch team? Like who's going to help you in this process? None of you have a family big enough to actually pull this off, okay? So you're going to need help. You're going to need other individuals that kind of buy in and say, hey, we're here to believe in helping this. We're going to talk practically about designing worship services and ministry systems. So you may have ideas going, hey, I know this is the way that we used to do it in our old church, and you may just want to carry it in. That may work, it may not. And so we're going to walk through, these are the things you need to think through. This is the practical things that you have to do. We're going to talk about what do you actually do when it comes to how do you launch a public worship service? What's the process? How do you maximize those experiences to make sure you have the greatest impact? So part of that, we'll be talking about even marketing plans and stuff. Now, when it comes to church planting, you may sit there and go, well, how do we know when we made it? Is it when we got a building? Did we make it when we get our own building? There are 3 markers that in our Converge family we use to kind of define success. And kind of going, okay, these are the marks that we're looking for in the life of a church and a church plant. The first is that the church plant needs to become self-governing, meaning it's actually being led by individuals and leaders from within the context of that community. You don't want to start day one with membership and elders, okay? That is going to kill you. You need to work towards that. You're going to have individuals, and we're going to talk about setting up the systems here in a little while. You need individuals from outside your church that actually help bring some level of credibility and authority into the life of the church until you actually have time to watch and disciple people into those type of positions. But that's one of the markers that we look for is when does the church actually become self-governing? For instance, I told you we just turned 3 in our church plant in Orlando. Come January, we'll have our first elders. Okay, so we've taken our time. Number 2, self-supporting. Your church is actually embracing a lifestyle of generosity, saying, hey, we're behind this, we're supporting this. This is our responsibility. You will most likely get up and moving based on the generosity of individuals and churches outside of your direct group of people that you're reaching. But that's got to go away. It will go away over time, and it needs to be something that within the context of the individuals of your church, they own that mission with that level of generosity. Now, here's the thing. That looks different based on the context of where you're planting. If you are planting in a very rural community or a very urban community, there is a likelihood you may never actually be fully supported by the life of your church as a pastor. You may have to be bivocational. The more rural, the more urban you are, the more likelihood that's the reality. If you're in the Bay Area planting, like cost of living is going to be high. So you're going to have to think through some of those type of things. It's going to be higher there than in the middle of Tennessee, you know? So you have to look at this from a contextual standpoint. The last is self-propagating. That we are actively making disciples. We are raising up leaders, and we are looking to send people out. And this should be all of our goal. Your goal shouldn't be to plant one church. Your goal needs to be planting multiple churches. A church's leadership discipleship pathway, if it doesn't include sending people out the door, it's incomplete. And let's be honest, most churches, that's not part of their discipleship pathway. And so think through, like, how are we actually raising leaders? How are we discipling people? The intention of, man, it'd be fantastic if we saw 10 people in the next 2 years go to the mission field or go out and plant churches, do those type of things. Like, that is the ultimate goal, is to send workers into the harvest fields. Questions about these markers of success when we're talking about church planting? That make sense? Okay. Now, we're talking about missional church planting. You know, your book is titled First Steps to Planting a Missional Church. Missional has so many different definitions today. And so let me kind of give you a working definition of, like, this is what we're actually talking about when it comes to being a missional church. A missional church is a community of God's redeemed people that's organized for the purpose of living, breathing, and achieving the mission of God for the glory of God and the advancement of his kingdom. That's the context in which we're building towards. This is kind of the center to all of the principles that we're going to walk through over the next 2 days. So missional church is a community of God's redeemed people that's organized for the purpose of living, breathing, and achieving the mission of God for the glory of God and the advancement of his kingdom. Now, here's the problem. A problem actually exists today that we desire to be missional, we speak in missional terms, we propagate missional theory, but we actually lack real missional results. A church on mission is interested in making more and better disciples, period. Like, it doesn't matter how well you talk about it. You may have beautiful charts that you can put up on the wall and walk people through, but if you're not actively actually helping people come to know who Jesus is and what it means to follow Jesus and make disciples, you're missing the mission. You're missing it. And so part of the challenge for all of us is, how are we actually going to do that? You have limited time. You have limited resources. How are we actually going to be able to maximize those moments? And so we'll take some time. Now, here's 8 key questions that you all need to answer before you start a church. And so we're going to take a few minutes. I'm actually going to have you do that. I've given you some of the answers here. So number 1, why do we start a church? I gave you 4 reasons. But I want you to, where you're at, if you're here with a team of people, if you're here as an individual, I want you to just take some time and just begin to make your way through some of these questions. Answer the ones that are the easiest for you to answer right now, and just skip the ones that you're going, man, I don't know. I don't even know how I'd answer that, all right? Why don't we take 5 minutes where you're at, work as a team if you're here with a team, if you're as an individual, just kind of begin to make your way through those questions. Which ones of those on those 8 key questions were the easiest ones for you to answer? Just curious. Okay, 1, 2. Who's your target group? Who are you going to be going after? Okay, that's big. So think through the context of where you're actually looking at planting too. Who lives in your community? Okay, okay. What else? What other questions were easy to answer? What was that? Yep, target group. So you even explained that to me when you introduced yourself. So good, good. Which ones were the hardest? Number 7, how much will it cost? It's funny because I usually ask the group, like, how much do you think this thing's going to cost? So let's talk about it. How much do you think it's going to cost for you to plant a church? Depends on where. So based on your context, where you're actually looking at plant, what do you think it would cost you to plant? Year 1. Say, I'm not talking 5 years, just first year. Based on your context, how you wanted to plant. Nobody's wanting to take a guess? Okay, 150 to 200,000. Anybody else? $110. Okay. So I did this class 2 weeks ago in St. Louis, and it's probably the biggest gap I've ever heard when I've asked this question. I had one person on one end said 10,000, and then I had another person on the other side that said 1.5 million. So all of us were like, hey, we'll sign up for that one right there, you know? So, cost is going to be a huge differentiating piece depending on the context of how you're wanting to plant, where you're looking at planting. To give you perspective, both of the churches that we planted, I did a multi-staff start from day one, which meant we had to raise a whole lot more money on the front end in order to do that. But I can tell you from doing it, I'm so thankful I did it because I had a support system of staff team and stuff from day one. But again, it was challenging to try to figure out how to raise money and take the time to do that. What are you going to measure in your church plant? I find that this is one of those that honestly we don't give it enough time or thought. But this is why it's important. You can only manage what you measure. If you're not measuring it, you have no idea how to manage it and how to move it forward. So what you measure is a very, very important question that you've got to wrestle through and answer in the process of starting your church. So what are some things that you think we need to measure in the life of our church plant? Salvations, great. Dennis, the one challenge that we sometimes have in a church plant is you're going to have Sally in the back, and every single week you do a gospel call, she raises her hand. And as church planners, we want to count her every week, right? So we do have to think through, okay, how do we actually get real numbers in that? Baptism is a great thing because you're wet or you're not wet. Like, it's very definitive, you know? So and to me, that's a really great marker because it's the first step of discipleship. It's like this wasn't an emotional response. It wasn't somebody like, man, that was a really good sermon. The music was loud. I was emotionally engaged. The Spirit must have been moving. I gave my life to Jesus, you know? They actually have thought through, they're taking the step, and they're moving forward in their discipleship process. So baptism is a fantastic one to measure. What else? Al, thank you. Absolutely. You've got to measure, you've got to know your numbers. You've got to know your numbers. You need to know your bottom line. Like, how much is it going to cost us just to keep the lights on? And you've got to be paying attention, like how much money is coming in, how much money is going out. You don't know those things, and you're going to be closing your doors pretty quick. So you've got to pay attention to those things, and you've got to be proactive. And we'll talk more about that when it comes to setting up the budget, how to do it, what to think through, how much money to save. Like, those are the things that you need to think through even from a financial standpoint. And the location of where you end up planting will differentiate as well how much it's going to cost. Like when we did movie theater, it was $1,000 a weekend to be in the movie theater. And we had to be out by 11 o'clock. If we weren't out by 11 o'clock, like if we were there at 11:01, we got charged double. So like you've got to know those things and figure out how we're going to work around that. Tony.
Just kind of a taboo thing in the church. At LifeSpring, I want to know not just how much total is coming in. I want to know who's giving what.
Yeah.
Because I think
Yeah.
it's a measure of discipleship.
Yeah, and we'll talk about that when it comes to the budgeting standpoint a little bit more. So, good. Yeah, you got to know your bottom line numbers. What else? What else do you need to be measuring? Yeah, yeah. How do you measure that? Are they the same families? What's the follow-up process with those families? Good, good. Yeah. How about how many people are in an actual discipleship process? You need to be counting that. Who's discipling who? How many people are actively serving in the life of your church? That's a marker as well. How many people are engaged in a small group? I mean, you want to sit down and process what really matters. Like, how do we know we're moving forward and accomplishing the mission? Or are we just kind of playing the game? Don't play the game. Again, coming back to where we kind of began the conversation, people are dying and going to hell. We don't have room to just play the game. We need to get involved and we need to engage people where they're at. Number 8, I think is another one that you need to think through. How are we actually going to multiply the mission? How are we going to send more people out? Think through, how are we going to hand this off at some point? Some of you may be where you're 5 years, 10, 20, 30, but eventually the church needs to outlast you. So how are you going to make that process actually take place? But these are good questions as you're developing your launch team and developing, personnel to help you start the church. Even sit down with them and just talk. You may actually have all the answers already, but you're just reaching out to them saying, hey, let's process this. What do you think? Why should we start a church? And just listen to them. And this will help you create buy-in from the team that's going to help you start the church. Now, next step is casting vision is so important in the life of your church plant. Everything's going to rise and fall on vision. I love how Simon Sinek puts it. He says, vision is the ability to talk about the future with such clarity as if we're actually talking about the past. I think that's part of our goal. Like, that should be our aim when it comes to casting vision. And you're going to never stop casting vision. Over and over and over again. Reminding people this is why we do what we do. This is why we do what we do. And you're going to come up with some verbiage. You're going to come up with a statement, those type of things. Hit it over and over and over again. Why? Vision leaks. People will lose sight. Life happens. They get busy. They forget. I know we're finally getting there when my wife goes, would you stop saying that? You say it all the time. I'm like, then I know, okay, we're finally kind of getting there. And so you want to think through, how are we actually doing this? How are we articulating vision? So here's some steps to actually casting vision well. Number 1, as you're working to cast the vision, from day 1, the vision needs to be clear. Clear is always better than clever. Always. People will work so hard on trying to come up with a statement or beautify the words or what they're putting on the wall, and they will work tirelessly to come up with a clever statement that nobody actually understands. That doesn't help. That doesn't work. Like, we've got to think through, is it clear? Do people actually know what we're doing, what we're about, where we're going? Those are the questions that you got to ask. The second is the vision needs to be concrete. When I say concrete, what I'm actually talking about is that the vision needs to be something that you can grab a hold of. It's tangible. People go, I understand where we're going and I understand my role to help make that actually happen. So it's got to be clear, but it's got to be concrete. It's got to be something that people can put their hands on. They know, okay, I have a role to help make this happen. The third is that the vision needs to be concise. Why do you think it needs to be concise? People, yeah, you want them to remember it, right? So, I mean, how many phone numbers can you actually remember right now? You just pull out your phone, right? Hit the button, hit the picture, whatever it is. Same thing's true when it comes to the vision of the church. I can tell you, first and foremost, I have sat down with so many pastors and asked them, talk to me about your vision. And they actually have to open up their website to figure out what their vision is, or to remember the exact vision statement because it is so long. That's not doing anybody any good. Here's the thing that you want to think through when it comes to vision. 12 words or less. A strong vision statement should be able to be articulated in 12 words or less. Why? It's memorable. Most people can remember up to 12 words. Our vision statement for our church plant right now is we are people helping people know and follow Jesus. We crafted it that way because we wanted to differentiate the professional staff from, well, that's their job. We wanted it to be, this is our job. That's why we kind of crafted it, we are people helping people. We're all linking arms, we're all on this mission and vision together. So the vision needs to be concise. The vision needs to be compelling. People got to, when they hear the vision, go, I got to help make this happen. Like I told Brent, like you will know by the end of the next 2 days whether or not God's calling you to plant a church or not. My hope is that the vision will be so clear that by the end he goes, absolutely, I got to give my life to this, or oh, this isn't my job, this is where God's actually calling me to go. I mean, that should always be our job as a lead communicator in the life of a church, is are we compelling people to move forward and take the next step, that next leap of faith in what it means to actually follow Jesus. Which one of those four do you find to be the most difficult to actually do? Clear. Yeah. Why clear? And I'll be honest, we can get really churchy, and people that never come to church have no idea what we're actually talking about. When are they standing? When are they sitting? And we can get so, even as pastors, we can get so used to the routine that we actually end up alienating everybody else because it's just not clear. We just assume they get it. Vision and motivation always coincide. They always go together. And so we want to cast vision in a way that motivates people to take those next steps, that move forward. There are three what we would call top-level or long-term motivators, meaning that people will tend to continue to do the same thing over and over and over for a length of time because the vision is so clear, it's so concrete, and they get their reality and their responsibility. I've got to do this. And so these are considered top-level, long-term motivators. Top being love, grace, relationship, identity. We do this because we're family. We do, that type of perspective. That has a long-term draw for people. Vision and opportunity. People will be a long term. So, for instance, when you may be in a portable church type of situation and you realize, like, we have a piece of land that's coming up for sale. We know it's going to be for sale, probably about this amount. We can probably get that, but it's going to take us 3 years to actually be able to pay that off. People will tend to be motivated for the long haul because they see the importance of that opportunity in that kind of scenario. Now, you got to be careful of opening that door too soon if people aren't ready for it. But when people see the vision, the opportunity, what can be, what will come, they tend to be motivated long term. And then the last piece, the third one, is personal development. People will do it because they realize there's something in it for me in the long run. Or somebody really closely connected to them. Like, I will give to this because I know my grandkids will benefit from it. That personal development side. Those are long-term, top-level motivators. Well, just as we have top-level long-term motivators, there are lower-level short-term motivators. So the short-term motivators are these. Need. We need more children's workers. I can't tell you how many times I've heard a pastor or somebody say that from the stage. Why do you think need is a short-term motivator? Yeah, why are people burning out? Not enough workers. The need never goes away. When all we do is we deliver it, we need, people eventually, they tune you out because it's the same speech over and over and over again. You know, they may give themselves for a weekend, but when it constantly is part of the conversation from up front, we need more children's workers. We more, over and over, people are like, they tune you out. It's like you've got a systematic problem that you haven't figured out how to solve your problem. You just think I can just throw out, hey, we need this, we need this, we need this, and people will respond. They'll tune you out. The next lower level short-term motivator is duty and responsibility. I actually think in previous generations, this was actually a top level long-term motivator. It's no longer that way. Like I think through my grandparents and even my great-grandparents' generation, there were certain things they just did for the long haul because that's what was expected of them. That was your duty as an American citizen. That was, those type of people. That's gone. People don't do things for the long haul just because that's duty and responsibility. The last one, and we've all been victims of this, guilt, shame, and fear. Being guilted into things, shamed into doing things. And let's be honest, the church has been really, really bad at using those three as major motivators in the life of churches. And we've all got scars from them. So here's your project. I want you to take the next 5 minutes at your tables. I want you guys to work as tables. I want you to craft a 60-second statement that you're going to say from the stage to recruit more children's workers. Because I promise you, you're going to need to figure this one out. Okay? So it's going to happen. So, but here's the thing. You have to use a top-level long-term motivator. You cannot use a short-term motivator. Make sense? So take 5 minutes, craft a statement, and we're going to actually have you deliver it, okay? You're going to stand up, and you're going to deliver it to the rest of the group, and they're going to judge you. So they're going to be like, yes, you nailed it. Top-level, long-term motivator, or you guilted us into doing that, okay? So go ahead. Take 5 minutes. Go ahead and write a 60-second statement. Great. Thanks, Brent. When you think through compelling vision, concrete, concise, all those kind of the 4 C's that we went through, how did he do? Which one do you think he nailed the most? Compelling. Good. One of the things I appreciate you did was you gave people the next step in that process, even if it was come talk to me, you know, you handed that off. So anybody else want to give it a rip? Come on up. Way to catch yourself and move it from need to opportunity. So great job. Yes? Absolutely. Yeah, it's a mind shift. It really is. And the more that you think about it, the more you'll see like how some of the bad patterns get ingrained into the way that we communicate. Communication and the words you choose matter when it comes to casting vision. And so don't even from when it comes to how you do your announcements, you want to actually think through it, write it out, plan it. How are we connecting our announcements to the vision of the church? If it doesn't connect to the vision of the church, it should never be announced from the stage. And so those are some of the protocols. You're going to have people literally the morning of, hey, pastor, can you tell everybody this from the stage? And you need to be able to say, no. You know, we've already worked on it. We've already put everything in place. We've planned out what's going to be said, what's not going to be said. No. Like, it's your fault that you waited till the last minute to try to catch us and ask us to do this. And so really pay attention. Here's some things to think through on the children's ministry. If you are a parent, as a pastor of a child that's in your children's ministry, leverage that. You know, like tell people, I want to talk to you right now as a dad. I want to say thank you to all of our children's workers. Can we just, if you're children's workers, would you mind standing up for us right now? Honor them, cheer for them, and just tell them, I want to thank you as a dad of somebody who has children in the ministry here. Thank you for spending time each and every weekend with my kids, because I know how hard my kids are. And the fact that you would do that as a volunteer is amazing. You're making a difference in my kid's life, and I know you're making a difference in all these kids' lives. The more that you can help your children's team be seen as a winning team, you'll never have a need of getting more workers in the children's ministry. I think about it this way. I started, my very first organized sport was soccer. My parents put me in soccer when I was 6. I was on the Sting. Our name should be Stunk. We were horrible. I can remember, I mean, even to this day, one of my first memories of soccer was I saw another kid kick the ball in the air. And I can remember just like, oh my gosh, like that is the most amazing thing. That he is a phenomenal athlete. Like he kicked the ball in the air. You know, I just was blown away. But we had this other team in our league that they were called the Terminators. And they lived up to their name. Like they just demolished all the teams. And they had the coolest jerseys. I mean, they really did. And I wanted to be a Terminator. I didn't want to be on the Sting. I want to be a Terminator. Why? They were winners. People want to be a part of a winning team. And so you want to figure out anytime that you're sitting there going, we need more workers, or maybe it's a great thing. Like your children's ministry has exploded overnight, and it does happen. In our first church plant, we went from 100 students to 180 students in the fourth and under in 3 weeks. Like we had that much, it was like, where did these kids all of a sudden come from? Okay? That's a problem. It's a great problem, but it is a problem. And you've got to figure out, like, how are we going to get more people? You've got to make that team feel like they're winning and leverage them in order to go out and recruit. They will become your greatest recruiters as well if you challenge them, move them to actually go and do those things. So pay attention. If your life was changed because of a Sunday school teacher, share that story. Maybe you've got a student that's raised up and their Sunday school teacher or whoever poured into them as a youth or whatever, like it changed their life. Capture that story on video. Share the testimony. Tell people like, man, this is what we're about. Our greatest mission field is right here at our front door. It's our own kids. Would you help us reach our own kids? Disciple our own kids. Like, think through that. So, great job. It's not as easy as you think it is. And this is why you got to pay attention to it. We're going to, you guys doing okay? You got 15 more minutes in you? Okay, and then we'll take a break. I'm going to show you this video. This is actually Simon Sinek. It's the #1 TED Talk ever delivered. And he talks about the art of casting vision and inspiring people to follow the vision. I want to show it to you because he does a whole lot better job than I could ever do on my own. So watch this. stood out to you?
I think the big thing, and I just wrote a couple questions down after you closed, which is, as we contemplate planting churches, what do I believe about church planting? What do I believe about discipleship? What do I believe about Christianity? And how do I get that message out? Not come to my church because it's the coolest thing on the block, but
Yeah.
I believe X, Y, and Z. Hopefully it'll make you be able to speak.
Yeah. Yeah. Good. What else? Very good. Yeah. Yeah. Especially if it's tied in like your name, second chance. So if we're not giving people a second chance, then yeah, yeah, good.
I think when we're planning churches, we can't look down the road at these established mega churches because they've already got the what and the how. The only way we're going to reach people is by, as we were saying, by getting them to believe what we believe and getting them to come on board. Because if we try and follow after the what and the how, we're going to fail.
Absolutely. And I think you hit a really good point too. And this plays into so many areas as a church planter of what you offer, what you don't offer, how you talk about those things, how you market yourself. Because a lot of times churches will market, hey, look at what we have, and it's this program, this program, this program, this program. And, you know, he's basically reminding us, like, that's not inspirational. Nobody's, you know, people in the community really honestly aren't going, fantastic, that's the church I want to go to because you wash cars on the weekend. You know, that it's just not there. At the same time, as a church plant, you have no ability to compete with churches that have been around for a long time and have the structures and they have the systems and they have the people, they have all these things already in place. And so don't feel the pressure that you have to perform at that level. It is very freeing to tell people for now, just like live in that phrase. For now, this is what we can do. For now, we don't have that. That gives you a lot of freedom and a lot of permission, okay? Because I guarantee you, for those that haven't launched yet, like you'll open the doors of your church and within 2 weeks, people will be like, so what do you guys have for women's ministry? What do you have for men's ministry? How do I become a member here? Like they'll just rattle off all these things. And those are church people. They're not necessarily your main target focus, remember? They're church people, and they're coming with a preconceived idea. Like, in order to be a valid church, you've got to have X, Y, Z all in place. And you may someday go, I want to have a women's ministry. I want to have a men's ministry. You say, that's fantastic. For now, we're 2 weeks old. We don't have that, you know, but we're working towards it. Youth ministry. Like, you'd love to be able to start with the youth ministry, but the reality is most of you will never start with the youth ministry. You'll have to build into those things. And so learn that language. I think that's a great point, Dennis. So, anything else? Yeah. Remind yourself why am I a follower of Jesus? Like, what has he done in your life? And help even unlock that in other people's lives. Like, give them the opportunity to talk about how he's repurposed their purpose and how he's inspired them and how he's changed them. Like, people need to hear all those stories because they're inspirational. Good. Yeah. Is the professional team. Right. Yep. Yep. Gotta give moments of ownership where they can buy in. Yeah, I think tension is always a great thing, and it gets people through the story, you know? And so as you communicate, as you create vision moments, if you can put a little bit of tension in there, it it always helps. Always helps. Well, let's take a quick 10-minute break and use the restroom, grab some snacks. I just got word too that lunch is actually on its way and it's going to be here early. So 10 minutes, we're going to stay on the clock and then we'll go up until lunch. We'll be back ready to go at 10:30, all right? And any other like aha moments from that video that stood out to you? Any more aha moments in that break of that video? Exactly. Yeah, yeah, it's going to happen in your church too. Yeah. Well, and yeah, and it should serve you as a great grid. So even when it comes to what you're going to offer as a church, why us? Why should we do that? In my mind, like, does a church always need to do a food bank, for instance? Or is there a food bank in the area we can partner with? We don't have to reinvent the mission and make it ours. We can join other missional opportunities directly within our community as well. And so just asking why, it's a powerful, powerful question. Yeah, absolutely. And if you have passion with no why, you're just going to run yourself into a wall eventually. So good, good. Let's go to next section here, just talking about some key things to think through when it comes to planting. We're going to talk a little bit about the spiritual, relational, financial preparations, legal preparations, putting together professional. On the spiritual, side, there are a couple things I want to talk about here. There needs to be people in your life that have some type of authority in your life that you submit to, you listen to, they have the opportunity. When they speak, you stop, you listen. I think every pastor, you need to have a pastor, and every pastor needs a coach. You need both of those type of people in your life. And they're not tying your shoes for you, but they have your best interest in mind. That as you're pressing forward, as you're moving through the church plant, you need people behind you that you just sit and you listen, and they have some level of authority in your life and what's going on early on in the life of the church. It is impossible long term to lead spiritually if you lack integrity. And so think through your systems, think through what you do, why you do it, to make sure that you stay above reproach and everything. We've seen too many pastors in the last decade fall because of, honestly, lack of integrity. Influence that God gives you is a gift from God, and He can take it away in an instant. And so you want to remember at each step of the way that the opportunity to lead at what you're doing is honestly a gift from Him. It comes with a certain level of responsibility as well. There are certain things that are going to get done. Why? Because you did it. And that's just part of church planning. As you look at launching a church, I try to tell pastors, like, you're going to work like a dog for 3 years. You just are. Like, that is going to be what it's going to require of you. You've never worked so hard in your life as in those first 3 years of getting the church up and going. You are, in essence, starting a business. And so it will demand certain seasons. You'll be putting in 70 to 100 hours a week just to get the thing up and going. The more that you have people, that's one of the reasons I started with a multiple staff team, was so that it didn't demand that much from me. That I was able to, it still demanded, even now, it demands a ridiculous amount of time. And I've got a full-time job. And so figuring out how to navigate that and spend your time wisely, it comes down to, it's your responsibility to do those things. And you've got to keep your own health in check with that. When I planted my first church, I made a decision from a health standpoint. I go see the doctor every year and do a full physical checkup. Just because it is stressful, it's strenuous, And I want to make sure and keep check of how am I actually doing through the process. Spiritual leadership when it comes to multiplication. Again, if you're not breathing this idea of multiplying and creating a multiplying church, I promise you, nobody else is. So you will not multiply if it's not something you're owning the responsibility for. There is resistance you're going to face as you plant the church. You're going to face what I dub internal resistance and external resistance. Internal resistance. There will be people on your launch team, there will be people that come in the door from the moment that you open the doors of your church, and they're going to resist you. You're going to have a decision, how am I going to handle this? You're going to face external resistance. Things outside of your church context are going to press against you and make life difficult for you. Welcome to the club of being a church planner. This is the same story for everyone, guys. And the internal resistance, I find, typically comes from other Christians. And they make your life a living hell at times. You're going to have to figure out, how am I going to handle those conversations? The most important aspect of your church is the culture of your church. The culture of your church is more important than the vision. To put it this way, most churches in America, you could plug and play the vision statement and the value statement, and that church will be just fine. The thing that differentiates one church from another church is what? Culture. Always is. And people will smell your culture way before they ever know your vision statement. Within the first few minutes of walking on your campus, they'll be like, is this the place for me? Are these my type of people? Church or unchurched, that's what they're looking at. And so you cannot hand over the culture to anybody else. You have to be the cultural architect of your church plant. Who are we going to be? Why are we going to choose to be this way? And you're going to have to be ruthless to preserve the culture that you feel like God has called you to build. And I'm going to talk through over the next 2 days. I'll give you some stories, and I'll come back to that point. But one of the major factors in internal resistance you're going to face is related to the cultural things. And you will have a definitive moment. Am I going to concede this cultural thing, or am I going to fight for the cultural thing that God's told us that this is who we're supposed to be? Week 2 of our church plant in Orlando. We're a very multi-ethnic, multi-language church. And so we're a truly bilingual church. We're English and Spanish. Even our worship service, like the music flows English and Spanish. If anybody at some point wants to see it, I'll show you in a break kind of how we do the worship that way. We had a gentleman, week 2 after the service, older, let's just put older generation. And he locked eyes with me. I'm probably back where those doors locked eyes with me and did one of these. And you know, like at that point, like it's like I'm a fighter, so I'm like, let's go, you know? That's a little my personality. The D kicks in at that point in my disc personality profile. And he's just stomping. I'm just like, I'm gonna play it cool, you know? I'm like, hey, I'm Lee. Like, welcome to I Am at Harvest. I know it's week 2. Like, I haven't had a chance to meet you. He totally ignored the fact that I just reached out my hand and wanted to be a friend. And he just started complaining. And I knew what it was. It's gonna be music's too loud. I don't like this. I mean, it was just boom, 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 boom. And he gave me his resume before he did all that too. Like, I've been a Christian worker for 30 years. I retired from this Christian organization. Like, I mean, he just like you need to listen to me. Like, that was his attitude. You have a choice right there. That's a cultural moment in the life of your church. Am I going to let this guy win and allow him to have a voice and begin to create the culture of whatever he wants? Who's the pastor? Who's God called to actually sacrifice and create this church? And I just looked at him and said, hey, I appreciate you sharing that, but you need to know it is going to change. And he's like nobody had ever talked to him that way. I said, he's like, what? I said, it's never going to change. This is who we are. And we're 2 weeks old. And I know like we're still trying to dial in the sound system and like all those, like get the mix right and stuff like that. So I'll give you that part, but when it comes to who we are, the music's always going to be loud. This is going to be our style. Like, I'm not going to change that. So you can either come and be a part of what we're doing and what we're building, or there are a lot of other churches in the community you're more than happy to go there. But those are real moments you're going to have to face. And as a church planner, you cannot delegate the culture. You've got to own the culture. Now, the challenge of that is the church will take on your strengths and your weaknesses. And so as the church ages, there's certain things in the life of your church going, I don't like this about my church. You need to look in the mirror because it's probably related to you. And that's one of the other reasons, like, it's important to get a plurality of leadership in the life of your church and to raise up leaders and the right leaders to help mitigate some of those weaknesses over time. But you're going to face internal resistance. You're going to face external resistance. External resistance, when our grand opening in Orlando, it was September 30th, we had no AC. Like that morning, the AC went out in the building. I had to send a group of guys down to Walmart and Home Depot and bought every single box fan we could find, and just to try to keep people from passing out. So those are like strange things happen. There are going to be these moments where you're going to feel like all the odds are stacked against you. What are you going to do? What are you going to do when you face that kind of resistance? It's coming. I'd love to remind you of this, and it's not you're very familiar with this passage, but I just want to take a moment. I want to read it back for us and just listen to these words. And Jesus came and said to them, all authority in heaven and on earth has been given to me. Go therefore and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, teaching them to observe all that I've commanded you, and behold, I'm with you always to the end of the age. There's three things I want to kind of point out from that passage. Who has all authority in heaven and on earth? Jesus. As Sunday school answer, Jesus. Jesus does. Who gives us a command? The one who has all authority in heaven and on earth. Like, this should have a level of weight to it. And I think sometimes we just kind of water this down in the life of our church. We water it down in our lives. And we don't hold on to this nearly what I think the level in which Jesus actually meant behind it. The one who has all authority in heaven and on earth says, guess what? You've got a mission to be a part of. Go. Make it happen. Make disciples. Teach them all the things that I've commanded. Baptizing them. Helping them identify what does it mean to be a part of the family. Like, this is what we're to be a part of. Not as just professional Christians, as a follower of Jesus. The one who has all authority in heaven and earth says, go. But here's the thing. He says, I'm going to be with you. So often we forget that. We'll go. We'll sacrifice. We'll run ourselves in the ground. But many times we forget the fact that Jesus, also the one who has all authority in heaven and earth, says, guess what? I'm with you. I'm going to be with you. Hold on to that. Especially in your darkest moments, especially as you walk through these moments of resistance. Hold on to the fact. Remember who called you to this, who promised to be with you through each and every step of the way. The one who has all authority in heaven and earth did. Every church planter, every pastor, you will face these three crises. You're going to face a leadership crisis. You are going to face a personal crisis, and you will face a financial crisis. When you get through all three of those things, hey, welcome to the club, you get your badge, okay? Every church planter could sit there and tell you to a T. Yep, this was my leadership crisis. This was my financial crisis. This was my personal. So I share this because it's not oftentimes talked about. And I want you to know that when you're going through that, I want you to remember my voice in your head going, yes, Lee said that we would actually go through this. Okay? You're not the only one on the face of the earth that is going through hard things. And I know sometimes it will feel like that. You're going to feel beat up, bruised, torn down, and you're going to feel like I'm the only one doing it. No, every church planter has been there. And it's just part of the marks of being a church planter. I walked through all three of these at the same time in my first church plant. I walked through them again in my second church plant. I thought I paid my dues. Like, I got the battle wounds. I've got all the scars. Like, God, we're good, right? Planting this church. No, I've already faced them all three again. And let me just take a little bit of time. I want to share a little of my story and help you understand how to get through some of this stuff. So my first church plant in Arizona, we were 2 years old, and we were moved locations. It was the first time in the history of our church up to that point, not like we had a huge history, but we were going through a major, like our finances was just, it was hurting. And partly we moved. We moved 1 mile down the road, but because we moved on the other side of the freeway, we lost people, even though we were only 1 mile down the street. And the people we lost, it hurt us financially. At the same time, I began the journey of a physical health crisis. And it started with, at that season of my life, I was a professional mountain biker. And I had been in Moab, Utah, riding for a week. Came back and decided to take my team, my leaders out and just do a team bonding type of thing. So we went bowling. And I collapsed on the bowling alley. And felt like everything in my left leg just exploded. I went to the doctor. Doctor's like, Lee, you tore your cartilage in your left leg. We just need to do what's called microfracture surgery, 6 weeks recovery. You'll be back to going full blow. So it sounds great. Go in to have this surgery. Doctor walks out of the OR, looks at my wife. She said his eyes were this big and goes, I don't know what in the world your husband has done to his leg. I can't do anything. You guys need to come back a week later and figure out what we're going to do. So we're going through this major financial crisis now in the church. I'm now facing just medical bills are starting to stack up. I ended up becoming a national case study where my doctor flew out to Boston. The top 2 orthopedics in the world took 10 cases, and mine was one of those that was chosen to be talked on. Out of that, they decided to do this brand new, crazy, cutting-edge surgery. It had only been allowed in the United States for 2 years when I had it done. I went to the number one doctor at doing this procedure in the southwest part of the country, and I was his 20th patient and the worst patient that he had seen. That surgery left me, again, we're just a little over 2 years old. Surgery left me 3 days hospitalized. I was 12 weeks bedridden. Literally laid in bed, 12 hours a day. I was hooked up to what's called a passive motion machine that just moved my leg back and forth for 12 hours a day. While I was bedridden, I had an elder decided to overthrow me and created all kinds of tension and tried a coup attempt to get me out of the church at that point. So we're going through a significant financial, personal, and church-wide. I'm laid up physically. I can't move. And I have an elder that comes after me. God's gotten us through it. God got us through each and every step of the way. I got 1 year after the surgery, found out that the surgery didn't work. And they couldn't figure out why. Ended up going to 5 different orthopedics. Got diagnosed with a disease that's called SPONC, which stands for spontaneous osteonecrosis of the knee. The bone in my left knee was actually dying. And the doctor said if it doesn't stop on its own, you will lose your left leg. And we began that process of interviewing amputees. asking, like, why are you using that leg? And looking at what life would look like. I continued that journey even when I got to Florida. I'm under constant doctor's care. I'm still under constant doctor's care, dealing with all kinds of, like, in the last 3 months, I've seen a neurologist, endocrinologist, a cardiologist, hematology oncologist. So, like, this is just part of our journey. As we got ready to launch our church in Florida, 2 months before our grand opening, found out the next gen pastor I had hired was having an affair. A month after our grand opening, I had to have a total knee replacement. I was the youngest total knee replacement ever done in Orlando Health's history. Not something you want on your resume. And then 2 weeks after my surgery, I'm pretty much laid out. I have to fire my worship guy. We're not even a month old church, and we've gone through those sort of things, and we've made it. Not only have we made it, we're flourishing. And when I share this journey with you to help you understand, like, our God is real. He's with you. If you lean onto him, he will sustain you. It may look different than the way you thought it would look. That doesn't mean it's bad. He's still more interested in who you're developing, what kind of character you're developing, than he does with what you actually do. And you need to hold on to that truth through the entire process of planting. I wouldn't be where I am today if it wasn't for my other Converge buddies and pastors around me within the city being an encouragement and helping me through that. I don't know if we would have made it. And so I share these stories to be a reminder to you, like, God is real. I've lived with chronic pain for 8 years. And in the midst of that, God's taught me that pain in itself is actually a blessing. And here's how he did it. 2 Corinthians chapter 1 talks about that in our trials, our challenges, that the God of all comfort comes and comforts us so that we can become that in somebody else's life. Remember that? The key to unlocking the comfort of God in our lives, there's only one key. The key is pain. And I don't know about you, but I know for me, I want to know that part of God. There's only one way to experience the comfort of God, and it's going through seasons in the valley of pain. And so see pain in the challenges and the tribulations you're going through is actually, in the long run, it's a blessing. Don't look at it as the opposite of that. You're going to face a personal crisis. You're going to face a leadership crisis. You're going to face a financial crisis. But you're not alone. And I want you to know that. I'm here. Pastors all around the districts that your guys are planting in, they're there. They love you. They'll pray with you. They won't neglect you in that process. It's not about if you're going to hit the wall. It's a matter of what are you going to actually do when you get there? What are you going to do? It's coming. Here's what I've learned and what I've seen the pattern over and over and over again. Every church planter learns you cannot go around the wall. You can't go under the wall. You can't go over the wall. The only thing you can do is you can go through the wall with Jesus. And so hold his hand, allow him to lead you, allow him to be the comfort to you as you go through that process. Any questions about the crisis side of things? Yeah.
So more comment than a question, but last year and really even in addition to the whole pandemic has been just like a major crisis that's hit on so many different levels, and how to navigate through these waters while planning a church or relaunching a church, how to go from not just surviving to trying to thrive is definitely a challenge. Definitely a challenge.
And I think one of the things that we as pastors have to become comfortable with is the part that's so hard for us is there's loss involved. We all lost something. mean, I was talking with a friend the other day. He's lost 9 family members to COVID. I can only imagine. And he's a pastor. He did all their funerals. I mean, I can't imagine. As pastors, I mean, again, we're a 3-year-old church. I can't tell you how many faces of people that were like, we're all with you. They've never come back. That's loss. We've got to give ourselves permission to grieve the loss. It's okay. It's okay to be sad. It's okay to hurt. It's okay to grieve. Even in the loss of my leg, my kids, I was a college athlete, professional athlete. My kids have never seen me run or jump. I had a vision of what kind of dad I would be. Out there running, playing. Like I wanted to beat up on my son even into my late 40s. Like that was the visions I had. Never came true. I've had to learn to grieve that. We've got to give ourselves permission to grieve as pastors. And I think that's one of the things that I see holding churches back the most right now. Some of those people will never come back. But guess what? The harvest is still plentiful. We still got a job to do. And you got to stay focused on the mission. Why are you doing this in the first place? And I don't think the problems of the pandemic are going away. I think it's just going to continue to grow. And we've got to figure out how to lead through it. And that's the reality. It's going to require leadership. Part of the leading is you have to choose who you're willing to disappoint. You're always going to disappoint somebody. That's leadership. I've just made a choice. I'm not going to disappoint my family. And so if I notice my family, like I'm disappointing them, I've got to make changes. And I'm going to keep the mission the mission. And if that disappoints people, so be it. But I'm going to do everything I can to be faithful to what God's placed in my hands. Leading in the midst of the pandemic's been tough. There's no doubt. So it's still tough. I didn't get breakfast today because I didn't bring my Vax card from Florida. So I'm a little bitter about that too. So you're going to hear it all for the next 2 days. So. External resistance, which led to internal resistance. So what I want to encourage you is planting and praying, they go together. They have to go together. You've got to see prayer as the key to unlocking these moments of challenge that you're going to get. So you need to build a prayer team. So let me give you, I'm going to give you 60 seconds. We're not going to even take that long. I want you to pull out a piece of paper. And what I want you to do in the next 60 seconds, I want you to write as many people down on that piece of paper that you think would be willing to pray for you on a regular basis as you look at planning a church. All right? We're going to have a little competition. We're going to see who can come up with the most. All right? Go. Ten seconds left. Three, two, one. Stop. All right. How many of you got more than 10? More than 15? More than 20? Jeff wins. So you get to go first to lunch. So, all right? You get to the front of the line. So here's the thing. You just spent 60 seconds. That was it. Thinking through like how many people would actually be willing to pray for you during the process of planting. Imagine if you actually prayed about it and thought about it and gave it adequate time, how many names you could possibly come up with. Here's the challenge. Every church planter, you need a minimum of 100 people on your prayer team. Minimum. So when we talk about prayer, who are we asking to be on our prayer team? Let me kind of walk you through. Kind of 4 groups of people. You need seasoned saints on your prayer team. People have just, like, they've walked with Jesus a long time. They love Jesus. They have a regular prayer life and prayer experience. And when they pray, God moves. You need them on your team. So figure out a way to ask them to be a part of it. You need what I dub gifted intercessors. Like, there are people, like, that's all they want to do. They just want to pray. Like, they're gifted. God listens. Here's what I've come to realize. They're weird. Okay? They're just weird. Socially, relationally, they just are. But you need them. You want them on your team. You want them praying for you and for your family. You just need fellow believers. There are other people out there that, you know, they maybe they're newer to the faith. Maybe they love you. They're not super discipled. You want to encourage them to join you in this process. This could be part of their discipleship process. So look for those opportunities. And then lastly, there are going to be those that I would call are God-given intercessors. And you're probably going to get 1 or 2. And they're going to find you. You're not going to find them. They will actually come forward and say, God has placed on my heart specifically, pray for you, your family, your marriage, whatever like that. And I don't want to pray for just the whatevers. I want to know how I can pray for you. That's a gift from the Lord. And you, like, each one of these layers are gifts, but that is a special gift when God brings those type of people to you. I had a man in Arizona that he came on his own and said, God's just convicted my wife and I that we're to pray for you guys. And we want to pray for your marriage. We want to pray for your kids. And every week I want to get an email from you about what's going on, how we can be praying for you. I mean, they had us in their home. They loved on us incredibly well. And I tell you, if I went a week and I didn't send them an email, I get an email from like, what's going on? Why haven't I heard from you? And he prayed. He ended up moving to Minnesota. It didn't stop. He continued to pray for us. I moved from Arizona to Florida, continued. Like, that's just a gift to have those type of people that God just moves in their life to be praying for you. So recognize those. So you want to look for seasoned saints, gifted intercessors, or weirdos, fellow believers, and God-given intercessors. So we talked about who you should ask. How do you ask them? You want to sit down, if you can, face to face is always going to be the best way to sit and ask people, like, hey, God's calling us to go start a church in this location. I just want to know, what do you want to know about the church, the community, us? But in the end, would you be willing to pray for us and be on my prayer team? In that process, you want to then communicate to them how you're going to actually communicate prayer requests. You may want to go old school and type up a letter and you send it in the mail. You may just do a digital newsletter and you send it out once a month. You may use social media. You may do all the above. Whatever it is, your strategy and how you're actually doing that, you need to communicate up front with them. This is the expectation. This is what I'm asking you to do. Be clear. Here's how our correspondence is going to operate. And And as you do that, not everybody is going to pray for you on a daily basis. Not everybody's going to pray for you on a weekly basis. So you probably want to look at splitting the list up in that communication style, where maybe it's like you do more of a generic once a month newsletter or something of that sort that just goes out to everybody. And then those that are maybe the God-given intercessors, like you just communicate to them directly on a weekly basis. Others of it, like it may be special things where maybe you use social media, go, hey, I'm having a meeting today at 2 o'clock. Would you be praying for this? And they get a quicker notification on a very more specific type of thing. There are a lot of different ways to be able to do that. So when we planted the first church, groups and things like that on social media just weren't really a thing. And so we just did a digital newsletter, and I sent it out once a month. And we talk a little bit about just what's going on in our home and our family. Then I have a list of different prayer requests. And I put in some unique things based on the season as well, just to kind of give back and forth with those that were praying for us. But then I also had a list of those that were more intimately related to us that I knew could trust with a higher level of confidentiality. I just sent them a direct email saying, hey, would you be willing to pray for this for us? How do you keep them engaged when you have a prayer team? Number one way to keep your prayer team engaged, share with them when God answers prayer. You've got to celebrate. And if people realize, oh, God, I prayed for that, and God did it, they'll keep praying. So you've got to communicate. You've got to. It's not just, hey, I need you to pray this, and then they just never hear anything. Share with them. Celebrate with them. Hey, guys, I know you've been praying for this, and God just did this. It was amazing. Thank you. I mentioned we're launching another congregation this month in October. We were looking at a high school, and we sent out through social media to all the prayer teams saying, hey, we need you to pray for the meeting, that God would make it evident whether or not this is the right spot for us to actually host the church. Well, he made it obvious it was not the place, because the principal was just not interested, not happy. He couldn't do anything because it was done through the district, but he said, I have control actually when you're on site. And he was like, I'm going to make your life miserable. Well, we turned around and told the prayer team, thanks. God did answer the prayer. This isn't the place. In a couple days, we're going to meet with this school. Would you pray about that? And then it was obvious. It was like, this is the place. And they were fantastic. They rolled out the red carpet for us. Oh, we'd love to have you guys. It'd be great. And, we were a little concerned about parking. We may have some parking issues here. Oh, just park on the grass. It was just, we'll store your stuff so you don't have to trailer it back. They were offering stuff before we even asked. Like, okay, God, you're in this. Thank you. And you share that with your prayer team? Oh, man, they're geeked out. They are just loving life. So find ways to do that. This such a great quote by John Piper. Prayer is primarily a wartime walkie-talkie for the mission of the church as it advances against the powers of darkness and unbelief. It is not surprising that prayer malfunctions when we try to make it a domestic intercom to call upstairs for more comforts in the den. Have you seen prayer that way? I think we missed that some. I know I did for a long time. We've got to remind ourselves, we are in the midst of a spiritual battle. And it's very real. And as we started this morning, when you walk out on those front lines and stab that flag in the ground and declare this is land for Jesus, all the forces of darkness are coming after you. We need to see prayer as part of our communication at wartime. I'm going to show you a clip from a movie. It's graphic, but it really puts into context what the spiritual battle kind of is and the importance of prayer if you see it as a walkie-talkie. So watch this.
Broken arrow? That means that an American's been overrun, causing every combat aircraft for support. My God, there's no hiding it now.
There are moments while you're planting, you're going to feel just like how they felt in that movie. You're going to feel absolutely overwhelmed, surrounded. The enemy is coming in, and you have no idea how we're going to get through this. Prayer is that is that important walkie-talkie that brings in the reinforcements. And I would encourage you to create even code for your prayer team to know, like, hey, something serious going on. It's kind of become kind of the staple conversation among church planters in the entire Converge movement. During Converge calls out there that idea of broken arrow, people just know, like, they need prayer, and we don't need to know what, we don't need to know the details, but we're getting on our knees and we're praying for them. I can tell you personally what it means when you send out a text or when you put it on social media, broken arrow, and you know in the moment that you have people on your prayer team that are right where they're at, they're getting down on their knees and they're praying for you. I can't tell you the power that brings to your life. In those moments where you just feel overwhelmed, surrounded, I don't know how we're going to get through this. To know you've got people on your side getting on their knees and beckoning heaven and the God who has all power and authority in heaven on earth on your behalf. Sometimes that's the one thing that keeps you going. Any questions? questions or thoughts? Thank you for sharing. It's okay to reach out when you need help. And there are people, like we talked about, they're more than happy to be praying for you on a regular basis. And so take that very serious as you begin the process of moving forward to put together a phenomenal prayer team and how you're going to communicate, how you're going to, even those major moments, how are we going to communicate like we just need help now type of stuff. With that, let's just take a moment. Let's pray. And Josh, would you mind just praying for us and pray for our food as it's about to arrive too? Amen. Food should be here any second. We're at a good stopping spot, so I'm going to just stop us here and stand up and stretch and get ready to eat. So we'll plan. It's almost 11:20. I don't know, noonish, 12:05, something like that. We'll get back. I'll give everybody a warning. Everybody get enough food? Enough barbecue? When they said saucy, they weren't joking. So that was great. It was a lot of sauce. That is it. Well, we're going to get going. We're going to keep moving. My goal is to try to get you guys out, especially those that have to fight traffic. I'm going to help you try to hopefully get out where you're not stuck in gridlock the whole time. But now I have the task of trying to keep you guys awake too after eating all that barbecue. So that's the fun hard part. Well, let's take some time. Let's talk about everybody's favorite conversation. That's money. So we talked about earlier, like you're going to have to ask the question, how much is this going to cost? Probably it's going to cost more than what you think. Okay, so that's just kind of put that in your mind. But we all have different perspectives, different history, different backgrounds when it comes to fundraising. Here's kind of, some people may think of it as a used car, sleazy car salesman type of person. I don't want to be that. Or, you got to be a motivational speaker in order to be able to fundraise. But let me kind of put it this way. This is early on as you're getting ready to start the church. 75% of your time needs to be focused on the fundraising. It's significant. It's going to take you a while, a lot of conversations to be able to raise the amount that you need to do. 15% devoted towards kind of developing the prayer team, and then I would call it about 10% getting all the legal pieces kind of put together, and we'll walk you through step by step legally what do you need to put in place in order to get legal. But 75% of your time is you're going to be looking at focus on fundraising. I want to walk you through, these are current trends of fundraising done by smart nonprofits. This is broader than just church. So this is nonprofit world as a whole in the United States. And some of the trends here are important to kind of key in to understand what are we having to deal with, or how can we even structure a little smarter when it comes to how we go about raising funds for ourselves in the church planning process. The first kind of trend is that they're investing more staff and resources in donor relations. What does that tell us? What's important? And I would put it this way, it's the relationship. Relationships are important. The key to raising money is always relational. I don't care who you're talking with. The more that you can relationally connect with them and their heartbeat and what God's doing in their lives, the better chances that you're going to be able to raise some level of money from that conversation, from that relationship. Not always. And again, we'll talk a little bit. Fundraising isn't about what you can give me. It needs to be two ways. And you got to see it as a great opportunity of what we're looking at, the opportunity, the conversations, even discipleship opportunities that present itself with that potential, funder. Number two, seriously investing in social media presence and enlisting even online social media ambassadors. What does this tell us a little bit when it comes to trends in the nonprofit fundraising world? Digital's future. We got to tell stories. Stories matter. Social media is a great way to be able to connect those stories in real time to what people are dealing with, what's going on in their life. So you have something you want to celebrate, help connect the fact that somebody's giving, helped unlock this. It's share it on social media. It's those things are praiseworthy, and even if you have other people that can help you create that avenue, social media ambassador type of people, it's not going to hurt you. I would say people that almost even work for you in just handling all the social media interaction and kind of building out the structure of that. Yeah. And there are, you can hire people part-time, pay them an hourly You can hire organizations to do that. The challenge is sometimes the further away they are from understanding the culture of your church, it can get very general and generic posts that don't actually reflect truly who you are, who you want to be, where you're going. So you have to spend a lot of time coaching and guiding and putting kind of guardrails in place, which in the long grand scheme of things may actually cost you more money because you got to think of your time being poured into that as well. If you have somebody internally that honestly gets it and is good at it, that's the key phrase, good at it, because we all know somebody, right? That could do us some damage as well. The end is coming to general unrestricted fundraising. People want to know exactly what program or initiative their money is helping. That is important to understand. There's a book in your reading list there in that kind of 101 packet that you got that is called Not My Parents' Offering Plate. That one does the best job of any resource out there explaining how this affects the local church. And so I would highly, highly encourage you to kind of read through that book. But what this is telling us is, guys, there was a long time that people would just give and they give freely to support the general fund of the church. That's shrinking. The portion of your population in your church that just gives towards general giving. People want to give more designated gifts, and they want to know exactly what my dollar is going towards. And so when it comes to how you create the structure and the opportunities to give, talk about it in multiple ways. Give people multiple avenues to be able to give. You have no idea what somebody might be interested in giving towards, but because it wasn't presented to them that way, they just don't give. For instance, as you're building your church plant, and let's say you're looking at needing AV tech, TVs, that kind of stuff, there's probably somebody you're connected to that's really into tech, and they love that stuff, and they understand the importance of that. They may never write a check just for general giving or to support you financially, but man, I'd be more than happy to buy your sound system, or I'd be more than happy to buy you 3 TVs or computers or something of that sort. And so make sure that as you talk about it and you put things out there, hit those multiple layers and you'll have a better chance of being able to raise actually more money. Any questions on that one? Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah, great question, Kevin. One of the things I would do is probably I'd interact with him. Why do you think we need a golf cart? You know, just listen. Look for those little pieces and figure out, is there a way to be able to connect it to outreach, missions opportunities? Say, hey, maybe down the road that might be something that would be useful. At this stage of the game, it's just not as useful as you may think it is. We actually need X, Y, Z before we could ever get to that. Would you be interested in helping fund that in this time frame? It's figure out how can we make it a win-win, win for them and win for us in that process. And a lot of times they'll come around, not always. I mean, the church I was a youth pastor in, we had a lady come to the church and wanted to give us a $20,000 donation to buy a room in the church. Like she wanted a room. Like anytime I need that room, I have access to that room. But she was going to give us $20,000 for it, you know? Well, for me, it's pretty easy. No, you know? But I know other situations in other churches that probably say, absolutely. But so sometimes you do have to redirect it, and sometimes it's a flat out no, especially if you think, you know, intentions aren't right. I've had a couple pastor friends where they had people that own car lots offer to buy the pastor. Hey, I'm gonna give you a car. But there was hidden agenda behind that, and they just told them no. You know, so, which would be a hard no, if I'm honest. So, yeah, yeah. Great question though. Back on number 3, something to think through. When it comes to the church, I'm going to encourage you to give out quarterly giving statements once you get up and going. Send them out every quarter to your people. Include a letter that talks about vision and connect the dots between what they're giving and how it actually helps you in the life of your church. You know, that we're able to do this because of your generosity. In that, you could even create a template of, hey, here's a top 10 items or things that we are looking at trying to fund. You know, and you could put, that's your wish list opportunity as a pastor. If it's like, man, this would help us out a ton this year. We need 3 computers. We need this. We need this. Just list it. Because again, you're appealing to multiple avenues of giving in the way that people think. I have a pastor friend. He was actually one of my coaches on this idea. That for years he put on the top of his list church van for the youth group. Church van for the youth group. You know, we need $30,000 for a church van for the youth group. And a couple years later, he had a guy walk into his office and slammed a check down on his table and said, "I'm so stinking tired of seeing that on that list. Go buy yourself a van," and then walked out. So you just never know. Like that's part of the fun of it is people think differently about all that kind of stuff. And the idea of designated giving is definitely going to be growing. Utilizing technology and media to tell compelling stories. Again, you got to get the stories out there. The faster you can get the stories out there, the more compelling they are, the better and the easier it is to connect it to dots. Help anytime something significant happens in the launch team phase, happens during, you know, for you as a church, once you grand open, connect the fact your generosity helped make this happen. Your generosity helped change these lives. Every time we do a baptism service, I bring that into the conversation. Guys, your generosity, your giving, your tithes, your giving of your time and serving, like you're helping make a difference in each one of these people's lives. Thank you for that. And so find ways to bring out those stories and tell them. Social media is a great way to do that as well. 5, the term philanthropy has a more positive appeal than fundraising. It's just one of those things. It sounds more sophisticated, I guess. Fundraising will continue to be underfunded as there are more opportunities competing for the dollar. Put it this way, I think it was back in about 1990, we had about 320,000 nonprofits in the United States. There are currently over 2 million nonprofits in the United States. What that means is there are a whole lot more people asking for the dollar. And there are people that are better at it than you are. You got people like the Red Cross. Anytime there's a disaster, hey, text to this number and donate $10. And people are done. You know, and they can check their box that, hey, I did my good deed for the week. All those are competing for church dollars now. And so you've got to get better at what you do and how you do it and why you do what you do. And connecting the dots so people want to fund the vision of what's going on in your life, your church. I guarantee you, this comes back to the Simon Sinek video, people are not interested in writing a check so you can do the XYZ program. You know, they're interested in how are people actually going to come to Christ. So explain to me why this is important for helping more people come to Christ, how lives are being changed. You're not going to struggle. Mobile giving will continue to increase. You just have to now. I mean, COVID ramped that up at a whole different level. You've got to go mobile. You've got to get basically any way and every way that you could get a donation, you probably need to do. You need to be online giving right away. The moment you have church website presence up and going, make sure you have the ability to take donations. I don't care what you use. There are a ton of programs out there. Most of them are relatively about the same. You just need something that works. We do text to give. We have reoccurring giving. We have online giving. We have boxes in the back where you can give. I mean, it's like any way that you can think of, try to make it as easy as you possibly can. Future efforts will be evaluated by an organization's ability to talk about their accomplishments in meaningful and measurable ways. In other words, if you're really poor at telling the stories about how generosity has influenced and helped you get to where you are, don't expect that to radically change, and people will pay attention to that. If you're not saying thank you and you're not telling the stories of how people's giving is actually, empowered and impacted church and people's lives, they're going to stop giving. Here's kind of the ladder of effective communication. So when it comes to fundraising, this is the way you want to think about it. So the kind of least effective ways, like general handouts, advertisements, brochures, like they're just not very effective at all when it comes to the generosity conversation and asking people to give towards your church. The most effective, one-on-one conversation. Why do you think a one-on-one conversation is most effective? It's personal. It's a whole lot harder for Brent to tell me no when I sit down and I look him in the eye and say, my family wants to eat next week. It's a whole lot harder. A lot harder for Brent to say no to that. So that is a reality. So one-on-one is always going to be the most effective way to be able to raise money. You want to sit down, get as many one-on-one personal conversations over coffee, over lunch, at your home as you possibly can, and that'll be helpful. Listen, 75% of your time is going to be focused early on towards this. Like, it just takes hard work. You just got to persevere, just got to have the conversations. Small groups, they're still fairly effective. I have a group of 3 or 4 couples or something of that sort. We're going to talk about it, ask questions. It's just not as personal. And again, the less personal you get, you lose your effectiveness. Zoom calls, probably in between the large group, small group. Where would you put crowdsourcing, like GoFundMe accounts and things like that? Where would you put that when it comes to the effective ladder? Mass-produced letters? Why would you put it there, Brent? Okay. Anybody else have a different spot that you put it? Okay. Yeah. Have you?
Yeah, it's kind of a, it's kind of a hipster millennial way to give money.
Projects is different than a church plant getting up and off the ground. So here's my pushback on just doing a GoFundMe account. You're most likely going to get one-time gifts. And the reality is you need reoccurring gifts. Your greatest opportunity of fundraising is going to be people who say, I'll support you monthly for the next year, 2, 3 years, whatever that is in your context. Because if it's a one-time gift, it's going to be $50. And honestly, if it's just a pure project, that may be all you need. But when it comes to recurring gifts, it's a lazy approach towards getting reoccurring gifts. It just doesn't work. Yes. Probably newsletter, mass-produced letter, somewhere in that area. Because you don't have a relationship with the person that's on the other side unless you just happen to know that person. It's a little bit of a, it needs to be said, but it can't be it's not going to be, like, my biggest gifts have always been people that I sat down at the table and talked with them one-on-one, even moving forward. So even when it came to building a building, when it came to renovating space, those type of things, having a handful of people that you know are generous people and be able to sit down with them and just say, hey, would you be willing to be my lead giver in this campaign? And what I'm asking is in the next 2 years, would you give $50,000? You know, if I just did a general toss it out there, chances are they're probably not going to give $50,000. So, yeah, any other questions on this? We'll get there. Yeah, we'll get there. It's helpful to understand the effectiveness when it comes to how I sit down, how I approach, what seems to work the best, where am I going to lose effectiveness in that process. Here's some things I want you to understand why it matters. Biblical foundations for generosity. First of all, the full-time Christian worker deserves financial support. We see that kind of talked about multiple places of Scripture. In other words, it's okay to get paid a living wage as a pastor. You don't need to feel guilty about that. Now, if God calls you to do something different, that's on you. That's between you and the Lord. Right now, that's kind of where I'm at. The church doesn't pay me, but I have a paying job. So we're just navigating that and figuring that out. The other thing you need to understand when it comes to this, and this is my dad hat. I'll put it that way. Nowhere in the Bible does it say that you have to have a youth pastor. But the Bible does say if you have a youth pastor, you have to pay them what they're worth. And what I mean by this is a lot of times as pastors, as leaders, as lead pastors, we want to get as far as we possibly can, as fast as we possibly can, and we will offer people a very, very low wage just because I can get away with it. And that's not necessarily honoring biblical standards when it comes to that. And so my recommendation is hire them based on what you can, but make it a livable wage. If it's like, I can't pay you full time, but this is what I can do, just declare that. Be clear about it. And then give them the opportunity. But don't manipulate the situation just because we got to have a full-time youth pastor. I use that as an example. 2, people are actually blessed when they live generously. Doesn't mean that they're going to get tenfold back, right? But when people live generously, God blesses that. God's blessed through the generosity of his people, practically. Like it's worshipful. Why? Well, he's a giver. He's a generous God. God so loved the world, he gave. Generosity supports the work of ministry. There's a practical element to this. It takes money to keep the lights on. You know, it takes money in Florida for us to have AC. Like it just does. Now, here's some basic strategies to fundraising. So this will answer your question, Josh. So where do we start? How do we go? Well, first of all, you got to know the why behind the ask. If you don't know the why, if you're not clear on the why, you're not going to be successful when it comes to fundraising. You just aren't. Number 2, do your homework on the person that you're asking. What is their value system? What seems to make them tick? Why do they do what they do? Why do they give towards the things that they give towards? Understand the law of rejection. Guess what? People are going to tell you no. They will. Don't take it personal. Just get up, shake the dust off your boots, keep going, have another conversation. I thought the church that I was a youth pastor in, I was at that church for 6 years. Had great fruit. Most of the elder board's kids were actually, I was their youth pastor to them. Church was debt-free, had a big missions budget. They were always excited about giving towards different projects and different opportunities. So I'm like, man, I mean, we're well-connected, well-related. So I contacted them, sat down, wrote a nice letter, sat down, talked with the chairman, all that kind of stuff. Said, hey, would you guys be willing to give us $20,000 over the next 2 years towards this church planting effort? I thought it was a done deal. They gave me zero. Zero. The people in the process, you will think, oh, they're with me. Like, they will give. They're going to be behind this. You will be surprised by the people that won't give, but you'll also be surprised by the people that do give. Sometimes the people that you least expect are the ones that actually end up being the most generous in the process. So understand the law of rejection. It's just going to take persistence. Then you want to develop a project, kind of a prospect list. So what I would encourage you to do is sit down and begin to think through relationally. Like, who am I closest to? And just begin to make a name. Like, write down the names, almost like we did with the prayer team. Just, who are the people I have the closest relationship with, that they seem like they're fully engaged, like they're really behind this. It may be an organization, it may be another church, it may be individuals. And then you're going to begin to think through the next group, and then you kind of think through the next group. And then the closer they are to the bullseye, the harder you need to work to get a one-on-one conversation with them. The further out that they are related to you, you can be a little bit more like, a Zoom call or something of that sort may work just fine, depending on location or where they're at. The church planter that we're planting in October, just this past weekend, he got a last-minute invite by a pastor to come up to his church and just share what they were doing. And the pastor's like, yeah, we'd love to be able to do what we can to support him. So we as a church, we're not going to support him. You guys are, is what the pastor basically said, and challenged the people in the congregation. That church, within a week, it's been just, well, it hadn't even been a week. $37,000 has now come in for that church planter from individuals because of that introduction. And so those things go a long ways. But he was out here when it came to personal relationship with these people, but the pastor was here. And so the pastor leveraged his relationship with them to help raise that money. And so those opportunities do exist out there. But beginning to break down your list, and I labeled mine like, you know, if they were the bullseye, that was an A. Out, next circle out B, next circle out C, next circle out D, and I put them all in those groups, and then I did everything I could and kind of organized how do I get in front of each one of these groups, and then you just go after it.
Adult ministry you ran at the other church, since the chairman told you no, did you start leveraging your relationships with the young adults that you led?
Yeah, they were poor. They didn't have any money. So, yeah, you do what you can do. Here's some other things to think through. Like your launch team, they have relationships. They know people. Help them also help maybe raise some money. So in Arizona, we did this. I had 12 initial people, adults, that came with us, and they were all in. Like they were going to quit their jobs. They would have moved. I mean, they were all in. And I wrote a letter, made it generic, and I made them make a list of 50 people that they thought might be interested in knowing that they're a part of this. They sent that letter, they signed it, put their information, all that kind of stuff, sent it off. That group of 12 people raised another $40,000 for our church plant, just doing that. And so some of it is think through creatively, how can we go about this? Now, again, context comes into play here. The average church in America that I would call suburban, it takes 3 years for them to become self-supporting. That's kind of the average across the United States, 3 years to be fully self-supporting. An ethnic or multi-ethnic church plant tends to take 7 years to become self-funding. So it's helpful to know that as you kind of go into the process. At the same time, based on context of background and history, like in the African American church, it's not normal at all for a church to financially support a new church plant. And so knowing that that's going to be the place where you're going to find funding is probably not going to be there. If you do, it's a blessing from the Lord. And so knowing kind of the history and the context, your location, again, the more rural, the more urban you are, the more challenges, some of that's going to come into play as well. But that's where it's helpful if you know, like, this dollar figure going in, like, this is what we need. This is what we're going to go after. So, and then divide up your prospect list from that. So when we came, so Arizona is a good example for us. So when we planted in Arizona, we planted with a Converge group out there that's called Vision Arizona. And Vision Arizona had a really unique way of going about this. We had to have 3 full-time equivalent before we were allowed to launch the church. The second layer was we needed to be fully funded. For 3 years. So you begin to do the math. That's a lot of money. Trying to figure out how in the world we're going to raise that kind of money. One of the things that we worked on in our project was I made a personal goal that 2 years, all the other staff people would be paid for, but I wouldn't. Because I felt like it was easier for me as the lead guy to raise more money than probably for my staff guys to raise money. So we made an internal goal of 2 years to be there. When it came to my support, 100% year 1 was outside. Then the next year was 75%. And then year 3 was 50%. And we just talked about that with the church on a regular basis. To help them understand, like, guys, we exist because of the generosity of other people. If it wasn't for the generosity of other churches, individuals, we would not exist as a church. And I just explained, like, year 1, my entire salary is being paid from outside the church. Year 2, 75% of my salary is being paid from outside the church. Year 3, 50%. But year 4, we got to own it. All of us, like, this challenge, like, we've got to get there and do that. That created us margin as well. So basically, we're kind of budgeting margin within the context of that. If more came in, fantastic. It didn't mean we just went and spent it. We'd bank that away. We hit those goals. 2 years in, we were able to fund everybody else. By the end of 3 years, I was fully funded. This church plant is a little different because I'm not taking any money from our church plant. 9 months in, the other staff were able to be fully taken care of from that process. Any questions kind of about developing your prospect list and going after it? It's That's a great question. Did everybody hear her question? So she asked the question of the difference of success rate between those that are funded and those that are unfunded. The challenge, I think it's slower for unfunded. I don't know if I would say they're not successful, but I think hitting those 3 markers of success that we started with is just slower timetable to get there. Partly because you're having to work another job, type of thing in order to be able to support yourself. Statistically, it's proven the faster that you are fully supported by the church, the more you can accomplish towards which makes sense. And so but it always comes at a level of risk. Every pastor I've talked to that started part-time and tries to move to full-time comes at a risk. If you're going, man, I'm going to jump in full feet and just trying to raise all the money and go full-time, comes at a risk. And so part of it is there is a faith thing there, for sure. But at the same time, there's a fine line between foolish and faithful. So it's trying to figure out that, well, that just seems foolish for us to jump right now and go full-time when our church is giving us $2 a month, that type of thing. So, D. Break that mold or the stigma. That's one of the things I think is helpful, being a part of a network, and lean into your network. And so leaning into Bernard, leaning into Chris to help you expand the relational connections and stuff of that sort. Because I promise you, there are a lot of churches out there that would love nothing more than to help plant. They don't care about the ethnicity of the church. Like, if you're gospel-centered and you're going after it, they'd love to support it. But they may not be in your natural network. And so figuring out how to expand that network is always going to be helpful. No. Sure. I think it's going to be relational. I really do. I think that's where you're going to get the most bang for your time. It's going to be sitting down with individuals, finding churches out there and stuff of that sort that have a heart, have a desire. That's why it's important to kind of know the values of those that you're sitting down with. You don't cast your pearls before the swine. And so make sure that you're sitting down with people that actually have an interest in you and have an interest in what you're doing. Every culture and every context is a little bit different in this. And that's one of the challenges when it comes to fundraising. Fundraising for church planning is the hardest fundraising you'll ever do. And that's not ethnic specific. Like, that is just the facts. It is a whole lot easier to raise money for international missions than it is local U.S. church planning. And I'm trying to raise money for 6 years for U.S.-based church planning. It's brutal. I'm praying. I'm seeing some glimmers, like people are beginning to understand a little bit. And I think they're seeing the demise of the United States. And so they're realizing, like, we need to invest in the church as kind of a means to that. I had a really interesting phone call from a guy at the beginning of the summer outside of Converge Network, had no idea who Converge was. Saw an article in Christianity Today. The guy's got significant means. That's all I can say. I don't even know how much he's worth. But he called 2 different church planting organizations and said, I want to fund church planting specifically in the inner city, and I want to fund some African-American church planters, because he heard specifically the challenges that exist when it comes to funding and churches actually helping fund church planting. They never called him back. They didn't call him back. And I think it was just negligence. He called me, or he had somebody else call me on his behalf, and we sat down, and he's like, so what are you guys doing? And I began to share and just said, hey, we'd be interested in doing this. And And I said, what would be a starting point for you? He goes, I'll fund 3 churches, $30,000 for the first year, and then we'll talk. I said, done. So I do see the Lord raising up individuals and even churches different in the last year, year and a half than I've ever seen. And so I'm excited about that because we've got a lot of money we need to raise, honestly, for church planting. But even our Converge churches, we did a challenge this year where we challenged our Converge churches, say, hey, would you give towards church planting? Just U.S. general-based church planting. And we raised $600,000 this year. That conversation never happened at that level in the Converge circle. And so it's exciting to see, like, you're seeing churches starting to write bigger checks and realizing, like, this is an important conversation. You want to develop approach to each category, each group. As you sit down with people, always get something from the contact. They may tell you no, but that doesn't mean that the Lord may not use them to help fund something in the life of your church. Find out, like, ask them, is there anybody else that you know of, for instance, that might be interested in what we're doing, that I should have a conversation with? Write those names down. Follow up with those people. Ask them to make the introduction for you if they'd be willing to do that. You'll never be surprised by how that will operate. I had another guy that, this is why it's important, like, know your people and your clientele that you're sitting down with and having these conversations with. I had a guy that he was vice president of an international defense company. Like, he would literally travel, thank you. He'd literally travel all over the world and help sell defense weapons and stuff like that, systems to countries. I'd been in his house. It was definitely a house I would never be able to afford. I sat down with him and said, hey, we had a good relationship. And we actually met for a couple years before, just talking through leadership stuff. We grabbed lunch on a monthly basis and just talked leadership because he was a high-level leader. And I was like, I need to learn from this guy. So if we're going to be starting a church, and I'd love to ask you guys, would you be willing to help fund the church plant as we get ready to go out? And I said, specifically, I'm asking you for $20,000. And you're never going to insult somebody asking for more money than they can actually do. Okay, so just know that. They'll be honored that you think they can write that kind of check. So you're not going to insult them. He said, honestly, right now with what's kind of going on in our life, we're not in a position to be able to write that check right now, but we will support you financially over the next year. In the long run, I actually got more than $20,000. It was $6,000 here, it was $8,000 here. It was just random checks that kind of came in as time being. But making that specific ask helped actually gain more than just a little bit here or there type of thing. Ask for confirmation in writing. What I mean by that is, so you sit down at the conversation. I would always, when you were having this kind of fundraising conversation, pair the two. Prayer team, giving. 2 asks in 1 conversation. All right, so ask them, number 1, would you be willing to be on my prayer team? Number 2, would you be able to support us financially? When they say, yeah, I will be able to support you, say $75 a month. Fantastic. Soon as you can, an hour later, get back to your office or your home, shoot off an email to that person, shoot off a text to that person, say, hey, thanks so much for taking the time. It was great to hear what's going on in your family or your marriage or with your kids. Thank you also personally for your personal support for us as we get ready to start this new church. I understood that you're going to give $75 a month starting, whatever the agreed upon. You never know the power of seeing the number in writing. I've literally had people call me back up and go, I know I said $75. We're going to do $100. We can do more than 75. And so just confirming in writing, there's a power in that. And so you always want to confirm later on after that conversation. You also need to understand why people stop giving. If you have it set up for reoccurring gifts, maybe you're set up so you can take, credit cards. people stop giving for all kinds of reasons. And this is the opportunity. This is why the relationship matters. This is your opportunity to be able to reach back out and use this as an opportunity to minister to that person. Because you have no idea. It could be the fact that they got a new credit card and they just forgot to change it. It could be that they're going through a health crisis and they're stopped with a bunch of medical debt. Maybe they lost their job. Like, you don't know all the different reasons behind the scenes. And sometimes we play it out in our minds, the full negative side of that. They don't like me, we play the pity party, and we kind of can go that direction when the reality is we couldn't be further from the truth. The reality is they lost their job. Man, what an opportunity to reach out and minister to them. And so don't hesitate. If you notice like pattern of giving dropped off, just reach out. Just say, hey, I just noticed you've been very consistent in your giving over the last 4 or 5 months. And all of a sudden, the last couple months, I just want to check in and make sure everything's okay. And then just listen. And then at the end of this, you've got to say thank you. You need to say thank you regularly. Tell your people thanks. Give them stories of what God is doing, how he's opening doors, how their generosity is changing lives throughout the process. Any questions about kind of the basic strategies of fundraising? Again, we could do an entire class on this. We're going through this material really, really quick. Yeah. I like to. Yeah, I like to, personally. Great question, because it is helpful to kind of know, okay, hey, maybe we set a goal, $100,000. And you can begin to see, okay, this person said for 2 years they're going to give this. You can begin to do the math, realize, okay, I need to have a whole lot more conversations, or man, we made it. And thank the Lord for that. Is that something we should visit frequently in our meetings? You just need to know personally. Your team doesn't need to know. Great question. All right, let's talk a little bit about getting legal. So now this is the fun. You got to stay awake, all right? Please, stay awake. So here's how we get legal. First of all, you need to pick a church name. Pick a church name. Make sure the name makes sense. Remember, when it comes to vision, your church name is connected to your vision. It needs to be what? Clear. A lot of church names aren't clear. Just being honest. How many Latin named churches have you seen out there? Or Greek? Or, here's an instance. I've got a friend that planted a church in Phoenix. He moved from Arkansas to Phoenix. Never lived in Phoenix. Just read about it, thought this would be a cool place to live, and God's calling me to the city. Great. He landed in a high school in the north part of the city that is a very split school. So that's where he was doing church. Meaning split, met 2 totally different demographics of people. Had one group of demographics very well off financially, like no needs in the world, life is good. The other was a lot of, she thought it said Siri. The other group was more Mexican migrant workers. So that was who filled into that school. That was the community of people that lived in that area. He came into the area, named his church Imago Dei. All the Spanish speakers were like, what in the world is that? All the English speakers were like, oh, it's a Spanish church. And he couldn't figure out why he wasn't growing. Like, he was like, he's strong. And it took me 2 years to get him to change the name of his church. Like, I had to beat him over the head. I'm like, dude, you're alienating the majority of your community just because of your name. You don't even realize it. As soon as he changed his name, they took off. So that's what I mean by clear on the name. There was a season in church planting, it was really the in thing to have obscure names like Greek and Latin and different things of that sort. That's not helping anybody. Just be clear. like Lee's church. So, yeah, that's a little. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. So. Yeah, I got issues with that. Yeah. I think the Lord will have issues with that too. Here's where this begins to play out. If you're going like you're set on your name, because I know how you are as church planners. Like you got your name, you saw it on the wall in the middle of your sleep, all right? And you're still maybe 2 years away from planting your church. Go ahead and trademark the name. It's super easy to do. You can go to your Secretary of State's website. You can trademark it. It's about $65 roughish, depending on which state you're in. And that will hold your name until you get to the other legal filings and stuff of that sort. It will also help you understand if the name is already taken. We had a Converge church planter, sat in this class, listened to this conversation, and didn't do what I told him to do. A week from his grand opening, he got a cease and desist letter from another church saying they were going to sue him if he didn't change the name of his church because they had that trademarked. Guys, this is a week before his grand opening. All the signs have been purchased, all the marketing materials had gone out, everything was in place ready for their grand opening, and it was all useless. Yep. So that's why you need to do your due diligence and check the trademark registry. Like if it's being used and it's a significant church, you're not going to be able to use that. Like if you go out and you decide you're 12 Stone Church, I promise you're going to get letters from a lawyer really quick. Okay? So that's why you need to do your due diligence. At some point, you're going to need to establish an advisory team. Your advisory team, or kind of a triad, is what I would call it. Your triad is a group of about 3 people. They are your officers for your legal filings. Most states, you're going to need at least 3 officers in order to file your legal filings. So you'll need a president, secretary, treasurer, that type of thing. State of Florida was 3. When I planted in Arizona, it was 2 at the time. It may have changed since then. But I actually had key leaders that I trusted outside of our organization that didn't mind me putting their names on it. De facto, as the lead pastor, I am the president from a legal standpoint. And then at some point there soon, so you pick a church name, get your trademark, especially if it's going to be a little while. If you go ahead and go to get your incorporation papers, you don't necessarily need a trademark because all that's going to come up during the incorporation process. You need to then begin to work on writing your bylaws. Your bylaws, there's two names that are kind of used back and forth, constitution or bylaws. They're used synonymously. I would encourage you, avoid the use of any type of term towards constitution. The reason is when the moment that people think of it as the Constitution, it's unchangeable. And they will fight tooth and nail for any little change to the Constitution, okay? It gets ruthless. Bylaws, not nearly as much of an issue, okay? They're the same thing. It's just 2 different names. So I would label it bylaws, talk about it from bylaws. It'll save you a whole lot of headaches as you go through. When it comes to writing your bylaws, I would just lean into your district office. Most of the district offices have sample bylaws that you could grab a hold of, or at least they have specific phrases that they want you to include in the bylaws for legal protection of your institution as a church. Bernard, what do you guys do here at Pac West when it comes to helping churches set up their bylaws?
We give them a copy of the standard bylaw that we have, and then they can take it to frame it how they want to.
Okay. So there's help out there. I've got a sample bylaws as well on my personal website, which is just harvestconsulting.org. You go to the resource page, you can download it, and you can use it. Then once you kind of get through your writing your bylaws, it's time to go get incorporated. You go to your Secretary of State website. Most of them are doing it digitally now. You can fill out some paperwork, submit it digitally, and depending on how backlogged your state is with some of that, they process it honestly fairly quickly. Nominal fee. Here's the thing. You can do the incorporation papers. It is not that hard. It's usually 1 to 2 pages. If you're kind of stuck with some language out there, just ask for another church to see their corporation papers that's in the state that you're filing. You can get some basic language. You can copy that language and file for your incorporation. You don't need to go out and buy and hire a separate lawyer for your incorporation papers. So just I want to let you know that. Once you get incorporated, now you can go actually get your federal employment identification number, or your EIN. This is something you set up with the IRS. You can actually get it instantly. So you go to the IRS, you file it with your incorporation paper status and kind of your incorporation number, and then you can get it instantly. Once you have your EIN, you can now go open up a bank account. So the bank isn't going to allow you to open up a corporate bank account without your EIN. So you've got to get that EIN from the IRS. At some point, depending on what your state requirements are, you may have to have a actual like officers meeting where you file minutes. Just read through your state regulations, what the requirements are. Most states will require you to file out some type of paperwork on a yearly basis. By the statutory agent is one of the terms that's used, or some type of officer within that organization. Like in the state of Florida, if we're not filed by April, it is a $400 penalty fee. Every year, you got to file. So, and it's got to be filed before April 1st. And so just pay attention, read through the incorporation, kind of the regulations. And literally, it's a way to tax you, okay? So we pay a little nominal fee. We literally click a button. Yes, we're still operating. That's it. It's ridiculous, but you have to do it. Once you kind of get your EIN, your incorporation status, your bylaws figured out, now's the time to go forward and apply for your 501c3. Depending on your district, some of the Converge districts allow you to come under the umbrella of the district, and so you don't necessarily have to go through all that process. Some of them don't. And so, Bernard, what do you guys do? Okay, they're very generous, okay? Very generous, because not every of our districts do that. I encourage church planners, eventually you probably just want to go ahead and get your 501c3. Do you guys have a time limit, Bernard, or do you just? Okay, so they have a year. So I would encourage you, like, you're going to have to go through the process and get your 501c3. This one's difficult, okay? If you want to hire somebody on this one. The majority of 501c3 filings that are not done by a professional that does it on a regular basis are actually rejected the first time. The majority of them, which can slow down a lot of things. It typically takes the IRS 6 months minimally to go through the 501c3 process and filings in order before you actually get your nonprofit status with the IRS. I did it the first time. When I planted the second time, I was like, I'm not doing it, okay? So I went ahead and hired somebody because it's tedious. It is really, really tedious. And just mounds of paperwork to go through. Yes? Yep, that's about right. Yep, yep. 9 months. Here's the thing too. It is not a requirement by the law in the United States that a church has to file and have a 501c3. It's smart though to go ahead and do it. A couple reasons why it's smart. It shows the fact that you're on top of your game when it comes to how you're looking and thinking about your finances. And so those that are money-minded, it means something. They understand what it takes and the regulations around that, and that just sets up a level of credibility for you personally. The second thing is it opens you up to grants. And there are a lot of nonprofit grants that exist out there that are church and non-church specific. For instance, you can get QuickBooks free for a year if you have nonprofit status. So there are a lot of different things like that that are out there that you cannot get unless you have a 501c3. And so go ahead and go, my encouragement is go ahead and go through that process and get the 501c3. Yes?
What about state franchise tax board stuff? Do you have to file?
Depends on the state. So most of the time, like state of Florida, we don't. Yeah. But California likes their taxes. Yeah. Once you kind of get, you don't have to have the 501c3 to open the bank account, but you do have to have your EIN. My encouragement when it comes to opening up your bank account, just get a bank that's trustworthy, that's close, that doesn't have a whole lot of extra fees to open it up. We opened up ours at Chase Bank partly because it's close, and that's who I personally bank with, so it just made the process of opening up the bank account a whole lot easier. Obtain a post office box. So depending on, especially if you are in a portable situation, you're probably going to need to have a P.O. box. You do not want to file your 501c3 paperwork with a P.O. box. If you file your 501c3 with a P.O. box address, it will get denied. The IRS does not like P.O. boxes when it comes to nonprofits. They want to make sure you're legit when you're going through that filing. So you could probably use the district office or even another church's mailing address type of thing until you get a permanent location. They also don't like your personal home. Yeah, they don't like your personal home. Sometimes it goes through, sometimes it doesn't. I'm just not willing to take that risk. Then at some point, once you get your 501c3 status, you can apply for state sales exemption. Saves you money. You know, if you got to go buy lumber and build something, you don't have to pay that sales tax. You need to obtain your necessary insurances. Here's a couple key things to think through. You've got to have liability. If you're in a portable situation, you've got to have renter's insurance. And most of them, like even a movie theater, school, they're going to require to see your liability and your renter's insurance in hand before you can actually go into the space. One of the things I would really want to encourage you is if you're in a portable situation and you're trucking, trailering back and forth your materials each and every day, make sure your trailer is included on your renter's insurance policy. It is not a de facto that it will be. So you may need to add a rider policy on that because if somebody breaks in and steals all of your equipment, you want to make sure it's covered. Otherwise, you just made a really nice donation to the community. Sidebar, I am not a fan of putting your church name on the side of your trailer. You're basically telling everybody, come steal my stuff. Okay? There are other ways to market it. There's other ways to get the word out there. A lot of people love to do that. I'm just not a fan of it. I've seen too many horror stories of people getting robbed. Finalize your financial record keeping. What are we going to use? How are we going to process? Who's going to help us? We're going to actually walk through that in detail a little later, how to actually go about that well. But there are a lot of different programs. You got to just settle in. What are we going to use? How are we going to process? I'm a fan of QuickBooks. Works great. They've got nonprofit stuff that you can add into that. It can be a little bulky with nonprofit, but if somebody is a good accountant and they have background, they'll figure it out pretty well. There is another one that is created just for nonprofits and specifically for churches. It's called APLOS, A-P-L-O-S. And if you're interested, it's a good system. It was actually created by a group of executive pastors that got tired of messing with QuickBooks, and they just kind of created their own software for nonprofits. APLOS. You're going to then need, once you kind of get through this process, you need to obtain your CCLI licensing. Your CCLI licensing allows you to sing the worship songs that you sing on a Sunday morning legally. It's not highly expensive. It's like $120 a year. You just go to their website, you buy their licensing, and you get taken care of. Here's the other thing. You will also need a special license in order to live stream music or anything on social media or YouTube. So that would be an additional license that you can purchase from the CCLI website as well. It's not expensive, not at all. But if you don't have it, you won't be posting stuff. So I think so. So I've never thought about it from that standpoint. So it's pretty easy to navigate their website and figure out what you can do and what you can't do. No, you can't play the video. No. So Serena, if you want to sing somebody's song on social media, go after it, but you may need that license. So. And then you probably want to go look at getting a bulk mail rate. So if you're doing significant mailers or mailings, this will save you money in the long run as well. Yes. Yep. But you'll need your 501c3 in order to be able to get it. Yeah. Questions on the legal process? There's a lot there, so try to hit the big issues, help you out a little bit. Everybody's favorite topic, I know. It's important though. Let's talk a little bit, let's segue into networking and gathering. There are a lot of different ways to start a church. And this kind of is just a quick glimpse at the different models that exist out there. I'm going to walk through a little bit of these models, talk through some of the strengths, what's needed in order to kind of do this. This is also a helpful tool if you're looking at parenting a church. So you're looking at sending people out, wanting to parent a church. The first level would be what we kind of call pioneering or parachute church planters. Parachute church planter is a person that parachutes in. They don't know anybody, but they feel like God's called me to this community and this is where we're going to plant a church. You're starting everything from scratch. In order to do this, you need to be a highly gifted entrepreneur and obviously a high level of faith that this is going to work out. There are also elements of being a parachute church planter that you just need to be wise and understand, like if you're parachuting, you'll probably be most successful parachuting into a context you're familiar with. For instance, know a church planter. He lived in small town Ohio, but felt like God was calling him to plant a church in Brooklyn. He never lived in a big city, never lived in Brooklyn, but man, God was calling me there. So he went there, even when we told him don't go there, dropped in there, didn't know anybody. 9 months later, he was barely holding his marriage together and they moved back. That's why you got to be wise. And when it comes to discerning, is this wise for me to be the lead planter in that kind of position, especially in a parachute plant? Question, I thought I saw a hand. So, nope. Branching. This is where you may have a core group of from a parent church. Hey, we've got a group of people, they live in this community, we're wanting to plant a church there, they've already gathered, but they're kind of looking for that church planter to come in and lead the initiative. In order to do that, you've got to be a really good facilitator, and you need to have some level of credibility with the parent church, where they're setting you up for success, they're encouraging you in that process. Adopting. This is where it's kind of you embrace an existing core group, and so this group is already formed. They're in this community and they're praying, but they're not connected to a parent church. They're just kind of established by themselves, but they know nobody in this group is actually a lead pastor type of candidate. We really need somebody to come in and take over this and begin to build this group. In order to do that well, you got to be a natural developer, and obviously it's going to take kind of wisdom. Why? Because there's probably some level of established culture that's already been created in that context that they're now having to step into and begin to navigate. Then you have co-parenting. This is where you have a cooperative agreement between churches, where maybe it's like this church has a vision to plant a church, and this church has a vision to plant a church, and there's a great spot in the middle of those two churches, but both of them don't feel like they can fully do it themselves. That maybe we don't have the funds, we don't have the people, we don't have all the resources, but we could probably bring a significant portion in this direction. This one, man, we can do the other pieces that maybe you're missing. Let's work together to plant a church in this community. Historically, that's how a lot of churches were planted around the United States. Was churches were partnering with other churches because there was this community that just got established, just was moving forward, and they both realized we need a church there, and so they partnered together to be able to start churches there. Again, it's a little different than a parachute pioneering situation, but you do need to be a good entrepreneur, and you've got to have the gift of facilitation and level of credibility, because probably you're gathering people from both of those churches and trying to mix them together. So you may have a few people from this church and a few people from this church. Both come from completely different cultures, and then you're creating another culture on top of that. So being able to facilitate that is going to require a level of wisdom and guidance. Then you have kind of the micro movement, or micro church, simple church, cell group, house church. A lot of different names have been used throughout the decades to kind of describe this. But it's basically you have a group that meets in a house church. But in order to do that well, you've got to be a good trainer and delegator, and it's going to require a high level of love. In other words, a lot of touch in that kind of context. Why you need to be a good trainer and delegator. The goal is not to just have one church. Remember, the goal is to multiply. And so the real house church, the micro church movements that are making it happen are multiplying rapidly. So in order to do that, you've got to be really good at training and equipping and being clear about the expectation. You're here until this point, and then you're going. We're going to kick you out if you come back. You know, like you've got to have that kind of conversation. The places in the world that's working really, really well are in high persecution areas of the world, where Christianity is being persecuted. I was in Cuba November before COVID hit. Met with the largest church in Cuba. That church is 40,000 people. And they have one facility. Majority of the church meets in houses. In Cuba, since the revolution, you cannot build a church building. So any church you see is older than 1949 in the country. Their building that they actually own that predated the revolution, because they can't build onto it. They can just go up. So they got 3 stories, and about 2,000 people meet on that site over the weekend. The rest of the church meets in houses all around the country. And some of the houses, they actually expand the house to have meeting areas where people can come and gather. But they're running 40,000 people. And I can tell you firsthand, as I met with them, they understand the art of training and delegating, and they've got their systems in place. That's why it's being so successful. I even sat down with them and said, okay, walk me through the process. And so they talked to me like, hey, small group leader is first step. So people are challenged to start a small group. They start a small group. Once it gets up to 15 individuals and at least 5 salvations, they're invited to come to a pastoral training experience for a year. They go through that 1-year training experience. When they complete that, they get sent back in, and then they work towards becoming a church. They become a church when that house church has 20 baptisms. They're not a church until they hit that mark. And they were tracking everything. I mean, I asked them, how many baptisms have you had this year? And they could, right there. So, I mean, they knew their numbers, they knew what their goals were, they had training efforts all in place, and the process was very spelled out. If you're going after the micro church movement model, it is a slower process, and you just can't lose sight of what it's required in order to train people and send people out. You need to spell that out very, very clearly. Last is what I would call catalyzing a movement. And this is where you're kind of sparking a church planting movement. In order to do that well, you need to be apostolic, kind of multi-gifted. You know, here in California, the one that would be an example of that would be Calvary Chapel. That would be kind of a catalyzing movement. And we've had many models like that similarly. Questions about the models and the starting of the churches, strengths, weaknesses related to any of these? Nothing?
I do have a question about small groups. When you start in the church, and if you wanted to start with the micro movement, how would you qualify the leaders of the small groups to be sure that they're teaching?
That's why it's a slower model. You got to take time to be able to recognize, are they truly leaders? Are they people that understand the culture that we're trying to build towards? Are they DNA reproducers?
Is there a process for it?
We have this fear that, like, the pastor, and I'll talk about the black church now. We have this fear, like nobody can teach but the pastor. That day is gone. Anybody with that frame of mind still is as old as my father. And he's 89. And anybody who's younger than my father that still thinks like that is as old as my father in the mind. So you have to be free to know that God is in control, and you have to trust people, and you have to trust them with authority.
Yeah, well said, Bernard.
What would you say is the sweet spot on this list for Converge?
We do a lot. So I don't know if I can say, I think it depends on what part of the country you're in as to what I would say is sweet spot. I would say in the United States as a whole, and this is not just Converge, this is just crossed evangelical movement right now. The microchurch model is not, it's rare to see it working and working well. There are a few spots. But as I've met with those leaders, I know those guys, I've listened to them give conversations about how they've structured all that. It's not reproducible. It's unique to their situation, what their niche is. And so that would be and the reason is this. It works well in the United States, mainly among refugee groups. Americans have a different mindset. An American's mindset is my home is my retreat center. It is not my gathering place. And so I escape my world when I drive into my driveway and open up the garage door and close it. I don't want anybody coming into my space. And that mentality is detrimental to the microchurch movement. Refugee groups, completely different mindset. We need each other. That's the place we gather. That's the place we get to know each other deeper. And so our immigrant groups and stuff like that are coming to the United States, it actually works really, really well, which are in more of some of our larger city networks and stuff of that sort. We're seeing it work in New York City right now, seeing it work in an area outside of Philadelphia right now. And these are Converge churches that I'm saying that about. So it is, but it is a slower model. It just is, because it requires so much time intensive early on to make sure that we're getting people. And Americans aren't great at sharing their faith. Like the places it's working in other parts of the world, there are requirements. Like the day you become a Christian, you've got to go tell 10 people about your faith in Jesus. Americans don't do that. Yeah, in a year they don't do that. And so that's partly why it's working in other parts of the country. And they know, like, I may be killed because of this conversation I'm having. So the American consumerism and needing my personal space is made it more difficult to get the microchurch movement open and going. It has been revitalized in a way because of COVID. And so there's definitely a lot more people looking into it and exploring it, and innovation is taking place. I'm really excited to see what innovation comes out in the next 5 years for churches. COVID's not going away. We've got to become more innovative. It's forcing our hand, and honestly, I'm excited about that.
This might be too specific, but for like a micro-church movement, would you, going back to the previous slide, would you register a name for all of the different house churches, even if they're in different cities, or do you register specific names for each city? What do you do with that?
I can tell you what I'm building in there in Florida. And so I'm doing a hybrid model. Instead of doing a micro church movement where it's in a house, our goal is to launch with 100. And if it gets to 200 to 300, we're considering that a win. And so what we're doing in Florida is, so I'm just drawing really quick, okay? So there's the state of Florida. It's a horrible picture, but that's the state of Florida. Use your imagination, all right? So you've got Tallahassee here, which is the capital city, and then you've got Miami down here. You have an area of South Florida around Okeechobee. That's kind of the big lake down on the south side. You have Central Florida right here. Central Florida is forgotten. Nobody goes to Central Florida. Brent's from Florida. He knows what I'm talking about. If you go to Florida, like Florida is right now the #1 growing state in the United States. Ton of Californians are moving to Florida. We just hope they don't make our state California. So, but a ton of New Yorkers, Northeasterners are all moving there as well. Like our average right now is about 1,200 people a day are moving to Florida, kind of perspective. So Central Florida is pretty much forgotten. People come to the coast or they go to the big city. Those are the two locations. Church-wise, there is not a church planter that's looking at going to Central Florida to plant a church. But the landscape from here to here, there are thousands of towns of 20 and 30 and 40,000 people. And I can tell you, first and foremost, I've driven most of them. Most of those towns, if they're lucky to have one Bible-centered, relevant church. And it's true, isn't it? And so we've just made a decision as a church, we're going to own Central Florida. We're going to go where everybody else is going. And we said if there's a Walmart there or a Publix, we're going to plant it. We're going to plant a congregation there. And we know it's going to take all kinds of different mix. And those communities, you've got every kind of different ethnicity, cultures, everything. Like some of those communities, migrant workers, main language is going to be Spanish. You know, there's a town, for instance, down here around Okeechobee right here called Pahokee. Pahokee is a town of 15, 20,000 people. 75% are African American in that community. And you got everything in between. I mean, it's a conglomerate of really unique communities. And so our approach is going, how are we going to reach them? So we're Harvest Community Church of Central Florida. That's our legal name. We are having a two-prong approach. Some of our churches, fully autonomous. We're just coaching them, guiding the process, but we're launching them, we're sending money, we're doing everything we possibly can to give them a good launch. And then some of the congregations, they operate as a Harvest Community Church, and we do central services. So we're handling all of their finances, we're handling their marketing, we're doing all their bookkeeping and their payroll. And they just pay us a basic fee in order to do all that.
And so each of those is called Harvest Community Church.
Mm-hmm.
And in their
And it's the same marketing. So
In their city, they're just called Harvest Community Church, not Harvest Community Churches.
of Central Florida. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then so we label it. So like the one that we're planting in October is Harvest Community Church of St. Cloud, or Harmony St. Cloud. So we do label it based on that community.
You label it internally so that you know financially and all that.
Yep,
stuff.
it's all broken up.
But as far as the Secretary of State is concerned,
It's all operating under one 501c3, all that. Yeah, same corporation. Yeah.
and then do you file a separate DBA in each city?
Nope,
You don't?
nope.
Because you actually, the name on the church sign is Harvest Community Church.
Yep. Yep.
Do that protect you if the church want to plant locally and use the same name?
It does. Yep. Yep. Now there are ways there are ways around the incorporation thing. So I'll give you a little bit of a nugget. So if you're like, let's take Life Church. That's probably the most used name for churches today, more than First Baptist. Okay, so that's the modern name. That's the modern name today. Life Church. You may move into a community and be like, we've got to be Life Church. God has given me that word, like we've got to be Life Church. Well, you may look up in the Secretary of State and go, man, there's 5 Life Churches here in California, you know? Well, they're all unique, you know, portions of that. So you can do, like, there was a Harvest Community Church in the state of Florida. So what we wrote was Harvest Community Church of Central Florida. And that was our way around it. And that's the legal name. That's based on our location, so nobody can come after us, because I know that church is in North Florida, so they can't come after us because, hey, no, we said we're Central Florida. But the way people know us is just Harvest Community Church. Yeah. Well, and you probably could have done Monument Church of. It's not worth the headache. Yeah. Yes, to sign off on it. Bummer. So, bummer. But that's kind of, it's a little bit of a hybrid approach. And like, we know in like, let's say a town of 20,000, if we got a church up to 300 in that town, as of the demographics of that town, that is the largest church in that community. And so we said we'll have the most influence for the gospel in that community as a result. And it's sad, like the town we're planting in right now, in October, we reached out, got a hold of the FCA director for the county. It's the second largest county in the entire state of Florida, to kind of put it in perspective. What's going on with FCA? What are you seeing when it comes to connecting high schools to this club? And, you know, what do you need from a church? How can we support you? He goes, I need you to sponsor a school. Would you guys be willing to sponsor a school? 100%. So we're sponsoring the high school that didn't want us in it, okay? You guys are picking up my personality, so. So we're sponsoring that high school. We found out that FCA director has been trying to get a church to sponsor a high school for 5 years and not had one church do it. Not one church. And it wasn't for lack of trying. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. So it's like, that's why we're going after Central Florida. It's like the churches are just, they've turned inward and they just don't care. Completely is, yeah. And it's a hybrid that we build as well. But I know, like, I'm an apostolic gifted leader. I know that. And so I'm trying to leverage knowing who my gifts are and maximize that in this approach.
Which, I know there's the generic spiritual gifts, that kind of thing,
I love, it's called the GPS. And we actually use it with our entire church. GPS stands for Gifts, Passion, Story. And so it helps people assess their gifts. What are your actual passions? How do they coincide? And how does your story, your experience play a role in that process as well? And we've just seen light bulb moments go off in everybody's head that takes it. It's phenomenal. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, really, really good. Any other questions or thoughts on this chart? I'm just trying to get the whole congregation to take it. So, um, we do it part of our discipleship process. So we stole the name. It's not. We just growth track. So we've got a 3-step growth track. We've created what the process is. We just use the name growth track. So phase 1 is finding your purpose. And we just talk about, we share the gospel, give people an opportunity to respond if they haven't yet. Because some people jump into discipleship. They've actually never given their life to Jesus. So we try to hit that one first. Second is, how do you share your faith? And so we actually walk them through very practically how to actually go about sharing their faith. And we challenge each and every one of them, like, okay, who are you going to do this with this week? And then the last one is the GPS. It's knowing your story and how it fits in the story of God. And so we ask them all to take that. Now, it's not like you don't have to do 1 before you do 2, before you do 3. So we just challenged everybody, like this summer, we want all of you to take the GPS. And we put the link up. It's free for you, but you just go through it. And then we actually have somebody it's a volunteer role, but it's next step coordinator. He follows up with everybody and just, okay, what'd you learn about yourself? What does this mean? How does this connect to your next step? And he just helps facilitate the next step for them. So if they're just left to themselves, they're not going to make sense of it. So they do need somebody to walk with them through the GPS to help them understand how to take it to the next level. But it's the best tool I've seen. And there's always gaps. I mean, there's always things going, I'd do that a little different. I mean, there's not a perfect one out there, but this is the best one I've seen. Let's go ahead and take a break. So it's 1:40. Let's come back at 1:55. So you got 12 minutes, actually. And Tony, for us, like we've actually written out, I mean, in detail, what's localized, what's unified, what's contextualized based on so we've got 3 layers written out, who we are, and as we break out into each, like what decision ability do they have at the local level, what are decisions that are made at the corporate level, to use that kind of terminology.
Right. Yeah, we're wrestling with all of that right now.
Yep.
We were one of the couples in one of the house churches was moving to Texas,
Okay.
and they wanted to plant. We call it the gathering. They want to plant a gathering in San Antonio.
Okay.
And so it really kind of brought to a head. I mean, we knew we had to get there eventually, but all of a sudden now, this person was moving, and we needed to
Figure some
wrestle
things
with
out.
some of that
Yeah.
stuff. So we're actually still wrestling with it, but I mean, we've got some boilerplate stuff down.
Well, if we got a few minutes right when we're done, I'll show you a little bit of how we documented it. So it gives you some language to
Yeah,
play around with.
That would be awesome.
So I mean, we spent months on it. So if if it saves you a little bit of a headache.
Yeah, that'd be great. In fact, if you don't mind sharing what you came up with, that'd be a good place maybe
Absolutely.
to start synthesizing it.
Yeah, be glad
Because
to.
we've got another couple that's looking to move Santa Clarita, which is, probably 30 miles.
Yeah,
from
that's
where
not
we
far
are.
from you.
Right. But we still, what are we going to do? What's happening with finances? And
Yeah, we basically said if they're harvest, it's an 80-20. So they're 80% autonomous. And 20% of their budget comes back to us to handle all the central services. And portion of that is actually set aside to help launch the next congregation. So we're basically escrowing money from each congregation to help with that. And then we structured it that all of those congregation pastors, they're called lead pastors. So they're lead pastor of that. They do the majority of the preaching. About once every 6 weeks, I actually will video in to gives them a week off, but it keeps us moving together in, unity and vision. And it helps them all know like we're part of something just beyond ourselves. But then they answer to me, so I can technically fire them if we need to. There's a local board, and then we're creating a board of overseers that oversees the whole movement.
so it's a slightly different organization. I mean, we're talking, like, we max out at 20. At 20, we look at
Got to
dividing,
split.
multiplying the group. And, at the, like right now, we're still just at the second generation. But, by the time we're at third and fourth generation, the relationship between the house pastor and us, I mean, we could fire the house pastor and just fire the whole church. So, part of that is trying to figure out, because, we want to keep control to make sure we keep doctrinal purity and those kinds of things. But, I don't really need control. But, so there's kind of like that. That's another wrestling match that we go through. The elder board is kind of like, how much control do we really need? And of course, I got guys who are like, no, we're in charge. We started. It's like, no, they're children, and eventually children move out. And so it's kind of like trying to figure out where those lines are.
Makes sense.
It's hard.
It is hard. There's no easy answer. So, have you looked at the underground in Tampa? Tampa. They're probably the best microchurch movement in the U.S.
Oh, really?
Yep. It's called the Underground.
The underground? Check it out.
Not a test, but it's to another church in Utah. They just posted it as like free assessment.
Just go to theweekly.harvestflorida.org. Harvest Florida. Maybe it's just weekly. Take out the. You tell them the lead pastor. Their internet's slow. It's like dial-up, man.
No, as you put it up there, like the different options, my big thing was like,
So. This is my app.
got it.
Oh, yeah, you've got to register. Of course, we make you register.
But no, like my big thing is, matter of fact, when do you leave?
I'll leave tomorrow night.
And you're going to dinner tonight. You're in a hotel in Berkeley?
Yeah, I'm in a hotel in Berkeley.
Are you up for a cup of coffee later?
Sure.
I have to unpack it, but I don't want to choose I don't want to run away from the hard route.
Yeah.
I also don't want to just choose the easy route.
Sure.
And like you know as well as I do, even in Vision Arizona, one of the struggle is like I'll speak Cornerstone specifically. Lynn, of course, has planted churches through Vision Arizona. They've never done a branch. So I'm like, that if it ain't happened in 20
It's not
years,
gonna happen.
it ain't gonna happen. So where do I go from there? But I dang sure don't plan on church.
Yeah. Let's talk. Let's talk.
Yeah.
So,
I would ask, are you going to cover at all when it comes to making the transition from being bivocational to going full-time?
totally can.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then are you also going to cover, like, because you had talked about when you planted your Florida church, you had 3 full-time.
Arizona did.
Oh, in Arizona. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Here I had one full-time, and then I had a couple part-time when we started the Florida church.
Because it's like me and my wife.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to figure out, okay, so maybe this is something I need to start exploring. Are you going to talk about that at all?
Let's
like
talk about it.
hiring
I
and stuff?
always give time for Q&A
Okay.
at the end today, so that'd be a perfect one. Just fit it in today, and
Perfect.
let's talk
Okay.
about it.
Awesome.
So,
Thank you,
yeah.
sir.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
absolutely, Gavin.
A little chocolate.
Yes, that's I need a little bit. Okay, last call to get your chocolate and coffee back there. They know the heartbeat. Guidance counselors, they know the heartbeat. Police officers, firefighters, first responders, like they know the heartbeat of the community. So get to know them, ask questions, find out who should I get to know. You may not get to be able to sit down with the mayor, depending on the size of your community and where your community operates. Arizona, that wasn't gonna happen. Again, Mesa is run by the Mormons, Mormon mayor, Mormon government. You know, town of 600,000 people. Who am I to them? So you just gotta know your community. Be willing to try something new when it comes to getting to know people, making a first impression. This is your opportunity to be creative. Try things. It may work, it may not work. Figure out your community. Like when we were in Arizona, I had read in a book this idea of going out on the street corners and standing in front of stores, handing out bottles of water and Cokes and striking up conversation. I tried that. I bought coolers like full of Cokes and waters, and we went out on one of the hottest days. I mean, it was like 115 degrees out. You know, I'm like, people are gonna be dying to drink, you know. Good stuff on that day. And I think I gave out 3. Like hours out there. I think we gave out 3 and realized like nobody trusted us. Like, no, I don't want that, you know, and they just walk around you. I'm like, well, that didn't work in my community, but we tried. So when it came to grand opening, everybody got free Cokes and waters for a long time. So it's figure something out. Schools, adopt a school. Like I shared with you earlier, the FCA is a great contact because they know the heartbeat of what's going on. They know what churches are involved, what churches aren't. I couldn't believe we're the first church in 5 years to sponsor a school in the entire county. I mean, that's just crazy to me. In Arizona, we had a high school, state-of-the-art high school, top football program in the state, a mile and a half from our church. And we just made an internal decision. If any student at that school was asked where they go to church, we want it to be our church. So how do we actually make that happen? We knew the football program's the easiest way, the best way to get into that. I have a football background, so I'm like, I'm gonna go after the coach. I got a meeting with the coach, sat down, just asked him, hey, what do you guys need? Like, tell me about your program. I mean, you're top in the state program. You're always runner-up or winning state. Like, what do you guys need? And he said, we don't have a golf cart. Bingo, that's my way in. So I called up a guy that went in our church and said, hey, he actually used to do custom car work and stuff like that, repair work. And I said, hey, could you trick out a golf cart? I shared with him what's going on. He said, oh yeah, I'd love to do that. I said, would you do it at cost? Like, would you just donate your labor and stuff? He said, I'm more than happy to. He tricked out this stuff. I mean, it had rims, custom paint jobs, logos, cool horns. I mean, it was unbelievable. And I just pulled up in the parking lot of the high school. It cost me $2,200. That was it. Pulled up in on a trailer at the high school during the school, called the football coach out and said, hey, I don't know if you can get free, but I have something I think you want to see, if you could come on out. And he's like, he came on out and he's like, no way. He invites the athletic director out of school to come out and see this. He then goes in and he calls every single football player, freshman to senior, out of class, has them come out and meet me outside, introduces me to every single student. He then makes them all walk by, single file, shake my hand and tell me thank you. He invites me to be the chaplain of the football team. Every Friday at 12 o'clock noon, I got a classroom with his entire football team to share the gospel for 15 minutes in a public school. I then took my family. We went down, prayed with the team every single Friday night before the football game. I mean, it was hilarious because we have to walk through the locker room to get out to the field with my family. My son was like, it stinks. I mean, it's nasty. It's Arizona. It's hot, you know? He walks in and the smell like knock you over. I'm totally on a tangent. But he was like, that's awesome. You know? My daughter about puked when she walked through. But guys, only God can do that. So be a listener. Find the needs. Where there is a need, that's where your mission is. And so, but there's only one way. You've got to take the initiative. You've got to be willing to try new things as you enter into a community. Develop partnerships. I mentioned this before. you don't necessarily have to reinvent the wheel just because you're the new one on the block. You don't need to reinvent the mission. You don't need to reinvent a food bank. Like, find the ones that are already there. Partner with them. They don't even need to be faith-based. Partner with them. When we were in Arizona, we adopted a food bank. It was not a faith-based food bank, but they minister to a community just on the other side of the county line from us. It's the meth capital of the world, Apache Junction. It is a troubled area. And so we met with them. We began talking with them. We asked them, we didn't want to just make a donation and make their job harder. So it was like, what would be beneficial to you and the families that come here? And we just listened. And we came up with a game plan to do one box, 12-inch by 12-inch by 12-inch box. We could get 3 meals in that box. And I just challenged our church. I said, guys, each family, would you fill one box? If you can do more than that, fantastic. Take as many boxes. I provided the boxes. And just said, we actually put a stamp. We created a YouTube video of how to package everything, what exact sizes to go buy at Walmart. We got it figured out. Like, if you shopped at this store, you shopped at this store, this is how much it would cost. So we just told everybody that. The football coach found out what we were doing. He made every single football player fill a box. The high school then adopts it. We end up filling 1,800 boxes of food. And we made that donation to the food bank. It was the largest donation they had ever received in the history of that food bank. Each board member of that food bank came to our Christmas Eve service that year. Those are the opportunities, if you figure out how to partner with what's going on already in your community, to be able to share the gospel. They allowed us to stamp every single box with the church's information saying, this is a gift of love from our church. If you need anything, let us know. And we started seeing families trickle in because they had received our food boxes through that food bank. You just have no idea, but be creative. Listen, find those, develop the partnerships in the community. You want to keep accurate records. That comes back to like even the prayer thing. Write it down. If you ask what you can pray for them, write it down so you can follow up. Keep people's names. Work hard on memorizing people's names. It really it makes a difference when you walk back in a month later and you remember that person's name. It's just an easy way to let people know we care. And you always want to follow up. Always. So, any questions on the networking? Kind of these 10 rules. Easy enough? Here's 5 rules you've got to be able to, 5 hats, consider it that way, that you've got to be able to wear when you walk into a new community. Even if you've lived there, you need to see yourself in these 5 roles. Number 1, you're there as an intercessor. What are you interceding on their behalf? Nobody knows. Yeah. What are you there to intercess on? Reconcile God. Yeah, share the gospel. Pray for your community. Look for those kind of opportunities. You're there to be a learner. Like, learn what's going on in your community. Learn what God's already been doing. Learn from those that have lived there for a long time. Be a servant. We talked about that already. People need to see you as a friend and ally of the community. I'm telling you, the more rural you are, the longer that takes. Because they're going to look at you and like, you're not from here. And they're going to make your life miserable until you prove like I belong here. Every community has that kind of niche. Storyteller. You guys, I don't care how well you do number 1, 2, 3, and 4. If you're not there telling the story of the gospel, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So don't lose sight on why you're doing this in the first place. It's about Jesus. It's about sharing the love of Jesus. So see those as 5 key roles when it comes to connecting with the community. Every community has a person of peace. You're familiar with the story, talking, Jesus conversation. There's a person of peace in that community. You want to find the person of peace. Who is that? How do you organize around that? How can you open the door? What are you actually looking for in the person of peace? Openness to a relationship with you as a planter. Again, they may not even be a Christian, but there's an openness to you. They love the idea of what you're going to bring. There's an openness to the gospel. They have great influence among family and friends in the community. They're just well respected. They know everybody. They have the ability to actually introduce you to key community leaders as needed. They serve as great bringers and includers in the life of your church. I don't care where your community is. Figure out what your niche is. Find that person of peace. They will unlock all kinds of doors you couldn't unlock on your own. For me, a couple of those have been the local gym. I became the default chaplain of Orange Theory and F45, workout gyms. Partly because I spent a lot of time there and got to know people, and I just walked through the lobby and talked with people and hear their stories, and then they find out what I did, and I became the chaplain. So figure out. But part of it is I know the owners, and talking with the owners, and they begin to introduce you to people, and they introduce you to people, and it just takes off from there. Some basics. You want to cultivate the community through prayer and hard work. Spend some time just walking the community and praying, doing prayer walks. If you've got some individuals, on your prayer team or even your launch team, invite them to join you. Just walk the community. You want to be careful of being seen as a creeper, but pay attention. And if you bring a couple people with you, don't dress up as Jehovah's Witness, and you'll be okay. Develop a contacting strategy. Again, this comes back to, let's say, this isn't an exact number, but let's say 10% of all the conversations you have about your new church actually show up to your grand opening. Let's say you want to have 200 people show up at your grand opening. How many conversations do you need to have? You need to have a lot of conversations. So that's what I mean by develop a contact strategy. How many people do we actually need to have a sit-down conversation or get to meet in the community in order to move towards our goal? And then develop a contact list for your follow-up. How are we going to follow up? Email, text, phone calls, that kind of stuff as well. I found out even as we open the church and the church exists, any correspondence that comes directly from me actually creeps people out. So I found it was easier for my team members to actually do some of that follow-up than it was for me, partly because people freaked out when they got an email or a letter from the pastor, especially if they're unchurched background. That just, what's the pastor reaching out to me for? So you may want to think through that and find out what's worked. Utilize some of your team members to help you in that process as well. So now that you're building in the community, you're in there, you're working, you're moving forward, you're beginning to network, you're building relationships. The goal is to go from networking to actually building a launch team. In other words, who's going to help you start this church and get it off the ground? There's several ways you want to do this. At some point, you need to host an information meeting. And this is where you begin to invite people to be involved in this new work. And it gives you an opportunity to share the vision. This is a sample of what that information could look like. If you're doing a branch, you have a parent church or a group of churches that are looking at launching you, they may give you 2 minutes on the stage. Invite them to be a part of an information meeting afterwards. See if they give you the space to be able to do that. Aim for 45 minutes, at the most an hour. You want to keep it under an hour. You go beyond that, you're going to wear people out. If it's during a main dinner or lunchtime, make sure you provide some level of food in that process. At some point, you want to do a welcome. Just, hey, I'm Lee. We're starting a new church. If you're at a point where you can do this, maybe play a song. Do 2 songs of worship. You don't need to do more than that. Strip down is totally fine. You don't need to have lights. You don't need to even have microphones. But what it does is it provides people a sample of what the worship style will be like. What kind of song choice you're looking at doing. If you have a key sponsor in the room, invite them to come up. Like if Bernard's there, invite Bernard to come up and just share a little bit why he's excited for this new church to take place. Make sure he says some really nice things about you as the planter. Those things, they lend credibility to you. And that's not a bad thing early on. If you have key pastors that are there, introduce them. Then this is your vision moment. Just go after. Why are we starting a new church? Go after it. I gave you 4 key talking points. You can just take those 4 talking points and deliver it the same way we talked about it this morning. But people need to know this. They don't know. They don't know why we need new churches. They're intrigued. This may be their chance to get out of their current situation. So that may be why they're inspired to be a part of a new church. You know, I didn't get my way here. Now's my chance. You need me. So that all plays in play. So you need to know people are coming to the information meeting. People are interested in this new church for all kinds of different reasons. Some, great. They're all with you. They understand the call. They understand the need. Others, they're there for themselves. So you've got to figure that out. Then you need to point out helpful information. If it's like you got a packet of information in the back of the room that talks a little bit more detail, if it's a website, whatever it is that you want them to have, now's your chance. Get it in their hand, talk to them about it, talk to them about what the next steps are. If you want them to go through an interview process to be on your launch team, that's where you clarify the expectations. If it's, hey, this isn't for all of you, you need to say that. If it's some of you, I'm inviting, like in my mind, there's several layers that people can be involved. One is launch team, like they're all in. They're planning to be there for a couple years. Some of them are short-term missions people that maybe they're going to commit to 2, 3, 6 months of just serving, where you invite them, hey, would you just serve with the children? Would you serve on the guest services team? Would you just help us do what we're doing? And then you go back to your other church after that. So it's a short-term missions project. Maybe that's divided to 2 Sundays a month, like, you know, for a little while. And then some of them is like, we just need critical mass. Would you come and just sit in the auditorium for a month and just sing loud? You know, that kind of perspective. Just help create energy in the room. Those things matter. This is a great time to do a survey to get to know your community as well. Ask people right there, like, if a new church was to start in this community, what would you hope that they would actually talk about? You will get 2 years of sermon material right there from that one survey. Make your job a whole lot easier. And you know it'll be practical to what the needs are in your community. Because let's be honest, churches were really good at answering questions that people aren't actually asking. So listen, what desire, what needs do they have? And then this is your time for Q&A. Finish with enough time to be able to just back and forth answer questions as people ask questions. You want to leave them with a taste of intrigue. Like, I want to get to know you as a planter. I want to know your family. I want to know what this is going to look like. And then invite them to whatever that next step is in that process. This is kind of how it played out for us in Florida. So we were feeling like maybe God's calling us to do this. We met with 2 families. We invited them to come over to our house. And again, this is like a parachute. We've lived there 3 years. We moved to Florida. We didn't know a single person. So we met with 2 couples. We brought them into to our house. We had dessert. And we just shared, hey, we think God's maybe calling us to start a new church. And we'd love for you to consider maybe being a part of this. They were Christian believers. One of them said yes. One of them said no. But we sat down for 3 hours, and they just question after question after question after question. And I said, hey, why don't we do this? 2 weeks from now, let's have a dessert night. If you know anybody that might be interested in this, why don't you just invite them to come, and we'll just sit and we'll talk about it. We'll answer these questions together, and we'll have fun. We'll get to know each other. I didn't market it. I didn't put anything on social media, nothing. We had 30 adults show up at my house. And that was the moment I was like, oh, okay, God, I think you're in this. We sat, we shared the vision. We just did kind of a very informal feel of this for an hour. And then I said, we were a couple weeks away from Good Friday at this point. I said, why don't we get together and just do communion? You know, just celebrate Good Friday together. I said, we'll keep it at about 40 minutes. It'll be short and sweet. But if you know anybody that would be interested in joining us and being a part of this thing, why don't you invite them to come as well? Still no marketing. I haven't done anything. We had 80 adults show up for communion. And then it was like, okay, next step, information meeting. That was the first time I marketed, where I put it out on social media. Say, hey guys, we're going to be starting a new church. If you're interested in knowing more about the new church, why don't you come and show up? You know, we had 180 people show up. for the first information meeting. Now, here's the thing. You don't want 180 people on your launch team because half of them are there because the devil put them there. You got to figure out how to empty out that room. The first information meeting we did, even in Arizona, we had 200 people show up to that information meeting. There are ways around getting people to realize this is what we're actually going to talk about and what we're doing, and it's hard. And one of those is what I would call you need to establish agenda harmony. This is really, really important in a parenting church situation, a hive situation, where you're branching out a group of people. You've got to develop a set of operational and cultural values, and I would encourage you to write it out. This is who we are. This is who we're not. Like, work really hard so it's clear. The clearer it is in your mind, the easier it is to fight for your culture. Write it out. Memorize it. Own it. Values, too, have to be measurable. And so if you're going, hey, this is going to be a value, you need to know how you're going to measure that value. I don't know a church in America that wouldn't say we value prayer. How do you measure that? But how do you measure that? I mean, are you going to do a survey every week going, how many hours did you pray this week? See, we create these value systems and we post them on our websites, we hang them on the wall, but we don't measure anything whether or not it's really a value. We've got to measure our values. And I would encourage you, like, your values need to relate to your culture. They're intertwined. And so let's say you say, hey, we're valuing prayer. Well, maybe you do an online prayer session and you track how many people actually join you on a weekly basis in your prayer session. Is that increasing, decreasing? Are people staying involved? Like, think through measurables. I'm not saying that prayer shouldn't be a value. You just need to think through how you're measuring it. Values aren't values until they're tested. People are going to come in from day one and they're going to push you. And like I gave you the situation of the worship guy upset at our worship experience, you know, and you have these definitive moments. You got to make a decision. Am I going to fight for my culture or am I going to allow somebody else to define it? If you don't define it and you don't fight for it, somebody else will. And you can't allow that. You can't. It is so critical. I can't tell you how many churches I've seen, the reason they close their doors is because of this very thing. I have a good church planter friend in Florida that he had started outside of Converge. He just kind of went on his own, planted a church. He called me up. He was 3 years old at that point. He called me up and said, Lee, I need help. He's an African-American church planter. He was planting a multi-ethnic church. Wanted to, you know, he's in a very diverse community, wanted to reflect the community, but his church was an African-American church, and he was upset. He's like, I want us to be multi-ethnic, and I can't figure out why we're not. And it all came back to the fact that there were people that came in his church, and they were experienced to a historical black church experience, and he didn't know how to push back on that to create the culture that he wanted to create. And by the time he got to 3 years old, the culture had already been so defined. We tried for 2 years to reposition it and try to get it to come back to what his vision was, and he was worn out, and he had to close the church. And that's just one example of many out there. You've got to pay attention early on. You've got to fight tooth and nail for the culture that God has called you to plant. One's past behavior is the best gauge for future values. Always is. And so if you get the story of somebody going, hey, yeah, we were at this church, but we feel like God's calling us to be at your church, you need to find out why they left that church. And they're probably not going to tell you the truth. So call the pastor, find out, like, figure out how that plays out. And if they throw out to you, yeah, I was an elder at this church, red flag it right away, okay? Because they're name dropping, they're putting their resume out there, they're going, I want a position of leadership here. So you pay attention to that. Here's how you empty out a room too of those people. If you're hiving, you're branching, parent church situation, I would encourage you, create a document that's a questionnaire that you require them to fill out before they can join the launch team. And you just pointed out about, hey, for anybody to be interested in taking the next step and looking at joining our launch team, back as a packet, I need you to put one of those up, I need you to fill it out, I need you to submit it, and then we're gonna sit down and have an interview, and we're gonna have a decision whether or not this is a good fit for you. They disappear. It's too much work for them. And if they're not willing to do that, they're not willing to do anything to help you get that church up and off the ground. And so that really quickly helps self-identify who's there for the right reasons and who's not. And you'll still get people that fill out the questionnaire and they submit it to you, and you'll read it and you'll be like, are you kidding me? Like, you really think you're in for this? I've got a sample questionnaire on my website. You can download it for free, of just kind of questions to think through and ask. Like I asked, like, what's your giving habits? What percentage of your income are you currently giving? And then later on in the questionnaire, I just simply ask, would you be willing to give 10% of your income for the next 3 years? And I look, is there some kind of gap? You know, here they're going, oh, we don't give. And then they say, yes, we're all of a sudden we'll give 10%. I'm like, no, you're not. You know, let's be honest. Now, when you sit down and have the interview, you have to be willing to look at people in the face and go, this isn't right for you. This isn't right. But that's where you can introduce. Why don't you come and just sit in the auditorium for a month and just worship with us? That'll help us. Like, give them another job that they can do. Just don't invite them to be on the launch team at that point. And this will help you kind of keep the DNA of your church culture safe early on, help you build that foundation. The reason why this is so important, when you think about it practically, you could be right here, and you're walking this way. Somebody that's on your team could be right here, and they're just 1 degree off. And over time, that gap grows, and it becomes really, really painful down the road, because now they're connected to other people that are now connected to you, and they get upset, they leave, and they take those people with them. And you're the scapegoat. Guys, when it comes to building your launch team, 50% of your launch team will be gone by year 2. I know that seems astronomical. I was arrogant enough the first time to think, not me. My team applied. Like, they sat through interviews. 50% were gone. And there's multiple reasons why. Some of them, it's honest, it's like job change. You got to move. Others of them, it's like, this isn't what I signed up for. This is different than what I thought it was going to be. And they just get mad and they leave. It hurts. It really, really hurts. And some of them are close friends. And again, it comes back to some of what we talked about earlier. You got to be willing to grieve your loss. And that's part of leadership. Is God's put you and called you to this position for a reason. I was sharing at our table earlier during lunch, like, leadership is ushering in change. That's what leadership is about. Change always equals loss. Loss equals pain. So when you sign up to be a leader, you're also signing up for pain. You can't escape it. And so in this process, have that understanding. You can be walking side by side and end up light years away. Any questions on the agenda harmony side of things? Kind of setting that up. Harvestconsulting.org. Ouch, my knee. Harvestconsulting.org. The more work you do on the front end of this, easier it makes your job as you get actually in the trenches of starting the church. Great question, because we're getting there in a minute. My goal is minimum, I would encourage you to do 40. 40 adults. And if that's micro church or launch large model, I think 40 adults is what you need. As a micro church model, it's so much easier to say we've already multiplied before you kind of try to get a lot of momentum going. And I think that should be part of the game. But when you think about from a practical standpoint, if you're doing kind of more of the traditional kind of church plant, who's doing worship? Who's doing children's? Who's greeting? Who's taking the offering? Who's counting the offering? By the time you get through some of those basic things, you're at 40 adults already. The churches that launch pre that always have more difficult time getting up and off the ground. So, always. 40 all in, 40 all in, ready to go adults. Because I know how church planners count. Oh, and pregnant people count as two. So, so you got 40 adults, and they need to be committed all in. Language matters. We've talked a little bit about this already. Let me kind of highlight this. There's core team language, launch team language, and they tend to get used synonymously. But it can be problematic. So core team versus launch team. I want you to kind of think through this. Core team, what is a core team? Well, really, it's a number of Christians who have been gathered as a Bible study with the goal of starting a church. A launch team establishes a group of evangelistic bringers who've been selected by the church planter to assist in founding a church. Different perspective. Core team may or may not view church planter as the leader, which means they may or may not see themselves as followers, because they look at us and go, well, we're all in this together. We're all part of the core. We're all co-equal in that process of leadership. The launch team, it actually establishes the church planter as the servant leader, thus they understand being servant followers. Core team usually doesn't have a stated purpose with a definable end. Why? When do you stop being the core? Well, I'm part of the core team. Do you ever stop being part of the core team? No, because I've been identified as the core. So if I'm part of the core, I'm always part of the core. Launch team has a stated purpose and goal with definable points. When does the launch team stop being the launch team? When you've launched. Okay, they're fired. You have a church now. Like, you're part of the normal church, and now you've got to integrate into what the church is all about. Your job of getting the church up and off the ground is over. That's the beauty of launch team versus core team. The core team, as a result, oftentimes fosters an us mentality, making it difficult for new people to break in. Why? Well, they came after. I'm part of the core. You're not part of the core. You weren't here to help. Like, you didn't do the hard stuff. So, and it creates this us versus them. And that's very real. Launch team fosters other-centeredness and helps to avoid the insider-outsider distinction. Because, again, it's just about getting the church up and going with the hope that we're going to bring in a bunch more people to be part of this mission. Language matters. And be careful of calling your team core team, because you can assign them beliefs and expectations that are not reality just because you called them a core team. Define it launch team. I would encourage you as well, once you actually launch the church, have some type of party celebrating the moment, and even challenge your church. Like, hey, job done, well done, great job. Okay, start serving as a normal church. I know one church planter actually gave his entire launch team pink slips after the grand opening. Said, you guys are fired. And he just wanted to make a memorable moment with them. I'm not saying that's what you need to do, but he did. Any questions on the core team versus launch team? Distinguish. Make sense? Now, during the launch team, this is the time you need to start setting up your financial systems. You need a two-person system in place as quickly as you possibly can. What that means is you need to get your hands out of the money fast. Okay, you've got to be above reproach in every area of the ministry. And one of those is get your hands out of the money. So what you need is you need a financial administrator, you need a bookkeeper. What do they do? Here's kind of the basic job, distinguishing marks that are there. Financial administrator, they do the counting, the depositing, the receipting, gift tracking. They send out your quarterly giving reports, that kind of thing. They own that process. Your bookkeeper is more of your local accountant. They handle the check signing, bill payment, reimbursements, budgeting, reporting, cash flow management. So they put together your profit and loss statements and stuff of that sort on a regular basis. Like we have ours, we get a report every month, basic P&L, so we can kind of understand where are we at, where are we losing ground, are we staying on budget, those type of things. My financial administrator, she goes to our church. She does it as a volunteer. We don't pay her at all. But she's got a lot of accounting background, specifically even in the church world. My bookkeeper, she actually lives in another state, and she's accomplishing all that kind of stuff remotely for us. I like having my bookkeeper not in my church. Partly is historically, I've seen a lot of problems in the local church when the bookkeeper or your accountant is a part of the church because they want to begin to set policy of the church. They'll look at the way money is getting spent, and then all of a sudden they may not agree with it, and they become a voice, and they become loud, and they become troublesome in the life of the church. So I've just personally chosen to keep my bookkeeper outside my church for that reason. So learn from my lesson. Bernard's like, yep, been there. So any questions on the financial administrator, bookkeeper kind of scenario? It's probably going to need to be, but it doesn't have to be. For us, it was easier, because somebody can come and take the money, deposit it. Like they just own that process for us. They know our database, so they're entering the stuff in the database. And it helps with the checks and balances as well between having the financial administrator and the bookkeeper, making sure things are staying square on both ends. And then we double check them both, if that makes sense. So, guys, got to pay attention to this. I know churches have been taken for a lot of money because they weren't strong in this system. And these are big churches that have been around a long time. Even Converge this past year, like we had a major level embezzlement that took place in our organization because arrogance got in the way. And the moment you begin to think you're arrogant or that your systems are foolproof, that's when you're going to find yourself in trouble. So you got to pay attention to these things. You got to know how much money is coming in. You need to know how much money is going out. I promise you this as a church, you will never have any problems if you spend less than you bring in. You won't. But for some reason, we can't figure out how to do that in our own personal banking and in the church banking. Here's what you need to aim for. So obviously, right off the bat, you're going to have like zero money, so you're starting from somewhere. But your goal is to get at least 90 days of reserves in the bank. Beyond that is wonderful. There's a fine line being a hoarder of your finances, and as a result, you're not funding the mission. So you need to make sure you're still funding the mission and you're not just hoarding money. But you want to aim for 90 days of reserves minimum of monthly expenses. Once you get to 60 days, you kind of begin now, okay, what do we need to adjust to make sure that we don't put ourselves in a really bad situation? 30 days, you better make some significant adjustments. And I would begin to do projections, like work with your bookkeeper. Like if we were to maintain the current giving over the last 3 weeks, for the next 3 weeks, where does that put us at? And so you can begin to do projections. That way you can change on the fly as what's necessary. So that way all of a sudden you don't find yourself going, we can't pay rent, we can't. Guys, it happens all the time. There was a church in Orlando, 17-year-old church, that overnight closed because of lack of financial understanding and diligence. They had $53,000 in the bank, and they had a $50,000 bill that came in within a day. They couldn't make payroll, and they couldn't pay rent, and they closed the church. And that church was, at that time, 350 people. And it done. So you got to pay attention to these things. It is critically important. How you talk about this is also important. Let me kind of give you some strategies. So with your launch team and even as you have a church, you need to help begin to differentiate money that's from outside and money that's from within. And so I would look at it and say, church income, or let's say church need. And you may put, hey, it's $3,000 a month or $3,000 a week. I'd put it in a context because most people will look at the numbers based on and interpret it based on their own personal budget. And if you look at your church budget as a month, it really quickly outgrows their ability to understand those numbers. So weekly keeps the numbers a little smaller, helps people understand a little bit more where you're at. Then you want to do like outside giving. And then I would do like inside giving. And I would make these like a 5-week average. And it's just it's a rolling average. That gives you a better snapshot of where are we actually at financially and gives your people a better snapshot of where you're at. Because if you do a week by week change, you're going to have a really good giving week followed by a really bad giving week, and people are going to be like, the sky is falling, okay? And when the sky may not be falling, it's just, that's why if you average over a 5-week period, it gives you a really healthy perspective where are we actually at financially. I would put this in your program. I would put this digitally, where people can see it. You will have people from day one that are interested in their numbers people. They're watching the numbers. They want to know where are we actually at. And so talking about, hey, this is the church need. You break down your yearly budget. You're not going to be able to set a yearly budget early on, but you set it, let's say it's $3,000 a week. Then you have outside giving. This is where you have the opportunity to share the vision. Guys, we exist because of the generosity of other people. Most people have no understanding of that unless you teach them that. And average it out. You may have $100,000 in the bank, but you're pulling that money out probably on a weekly basis. Just average that out. What does that come out to, from an outside giving standpoint per week? And then, inside giving. This is where we're at right now. And you help people know, like, guys, I even talked about this early on a Sunday morning with the church after we had our grand opening. This is going away. And I just share with them, like, on this date, it's gone. This needs to go up. Will you help us get there? It's clear. But if you don't tell them that, they don't know. And so you've got to be able to introduce this in part of that conversation. Questions on this? To piggyback on something that Tony said earlier, I do think you need to do quarterly giving statements. It keeps the vision in front of everybody, helps people connect their dollars to vision as well. I too agree that you need to know what everybody's giving. And you may push back on that. Here's a couple things I learned. Before we launched the church in Arizona, had a seasoned pastor that came to me and said, Lee, I'm going to encourage you to do this. And here's what you need to do. Every time you get a critical email or letter in the mail, I want you to pull their giving record. And you know what I have found out over the years? Every email, every critical mail, everything that was critical of me as a leader, when I pulled their giving statement, 100%, listen, 100% of those people gave zero to my church. How serious do you take that criticism then? You just toss it in the trash. And honestly, it has been very, very helpful in gaining a proper perspective if those people are with me or not with me. That's been life-giving in a lot of ways. Because otherwise, I could sit up and be up all night worried about this person and what they've done in this and this and this. And they're serving in this ministry and they're serving in this ministry. And then I look at their bank account, realize 3 years they've been with us and they gave us nothing. They're not with us. They're not with us. The second is, it is a discipleship issue. Generosity is talked about over and over and over again, and it's connected to dollars too. New Testament and Old Testament. And so we need to know where people are at spiritually. You don't want to bring somebody in high-level leadership on your board or something of that sort, or a pastor position that gives nothing. Like, man, you're creating major trouble for yourself. And I want my people to know that it's not like every single week I'm looking at, but I have the ability to pull anybody's record at any point, and I don't hide it. I just tell them, yeah. Even at the end of the year, I sign every single giving statement by hand. I write a little note, said, thank you for supporting us over this past year. And when they give a lot, I give them a phone call. And so my protocol is if they give $5,000 one lump sum, I give them a call and just tell them thank you. I tell everybody else thank you. I tell them thank you for serving our kids. I tell them thank you for greeting people. I tell them thank you for doing this. Why wouldn't I tell people thank you for being generous with your giving? So I want to be able to do that with people in our church. The pushback is, will you be preferential? That's between me and the Lord. And so I work really hard not to be. But I want to tell everybody thank you for many different ways of supporting us and giving towards the ministry.
You know what I noticed too is that people leave financially usually a few months.
Oh, 100%.
And so it kind of gives you kind of a window of opportunity to see what's going on.
Yep, yep. And again, like even when we talked about the fundraising, it gives you an opportunity to be able to check in with people and make sure everything's okay. Hey, I just noticed this. I want to check in. Are you okay? How can I minister to you right now? Any questions that you have? Before they actually walk out the door. Yeah, usually 2 to 3 months. And that's very helpful to know. And if you want to look at their giving records, don't hesitate to tell your people that. Like Arizona and Florida have been completely different when it came to people and their giving and their response to giving and me looking at it. People in Arizona, like every single time I talked on money, I got something critical. Got emails, phone calls, letters, every single time. I've not gotten one of those in Florida. So it was just a culture shock for me in some ways. But when I was in Arizona, we were probably 3.5 years old. I had it. Like I was so fed up with just this critical spirit in our church that I was like, I got permission from my leadership team ahead of time. I said, guys, I just want you to know I'm going after this. You okay with it? And they're like, yeah, that's fine. We need to do it anyways. I was in the middle of a giving series, and I was sharing. I said, I'm going to pause right now. Every single time, guys, I talk on money, I get critical emails, I get letters, I get all that kind of stuff. I just want you to know right now, I said the very first thing that I do when I get one of those is I pull your giving record. And I just shared with them, 100% in my years of being in ministry, 100% of them that do that have given $0 to the church. And so if you want to send a letter to me, we're going to have that conversation first before I address what your concerns are. And then I just went one more layer up. I said, guys, if you've been here more than a year, I'm talking to you right now, if you've been here more than a year at our church and you put your kids in our children's ministry, you drink our coffee, and you've given nothing to our church, you know what that's called? It's called being a mooch. And nobody likes a mooch. Boy, that emptied out those people. So, but what it also did, it inspired our givers. They walked out that morning and were like, that was awesome. I mean, they were all in. Like they were ready to go. They would have tackled anything at that point because they realized like we got their back too. And we really, really appreciate what they were doing in our church.
And you know what shocked me is non-Christians that started coming to my church expected me to know when they gave a significant gift. Historical Christians, they expect it all to be in this shroud of secrecy. But non-Christians were shocked if they didn't get a thing.
Yep, yep. Building momentum during the launch team phase. Momentum's a funny thing. Momentum's a lot like an elephant. You don't want to let the elephant sit down. Once it sits down, really hard to get it back up and moving. So you want to think about it from that perspective. When should you meet? Anytime but Sunday morning. When you get to the launch team phase, do not meet Sunday morning. Why? Because everybody, the moment you go Sunday morning, is going to let off the gas pedal because they think we made it. We're a church. We don't need to do anything else. Keeping it off Sunday morning is a natural, visible reminder we still got a lot of work to do. So don't go Sunday morning. Sunday nights work great. Saturday nights work great. Just stay off the Sunday morning hour. And guys, they will push you and push you and push you and push you. Saturday nights are just so hard. Well, they just want to watch college football, okay? Sunday nights is just so hard. Our kids are going to school the next morning. We meet at 6 to 7. Like, you're fine, But they will push and push and push and push to try to get you to Sunday morning. Don't go Sunday morning until you have your grand opening. Where should you meet? Somewhere that's cheap, okay? Start in your house. Once you outgrow the house, celebrate it. Find another spot. Be creative. We've met in all kinds of places. In Arizona, the firehouses actually had community rooms, and they'd lend them out to the nonprofits for free. So sometimes we met at a fire station. I met in a dojo, and it was kind of cool. Everybody had to kick their shoes off before we walked out on the mat. But we did that. I did baby dedications in a dojo. So it's like, be creative, but you don't need to spend a lot of money on that. Where we were located, there was a Lutheran church, pretty evangelical pastor, about a half a mile from the movie theater that we were starting in. I built a relationship with him. He was, definitely evangelically minded, even for a Lutheran pastor. And I sat down with them and said, hey, we're hitting this phase, kind of launch team development. Is there any way, I knew, because I went to their website, I knew they had nothing on Sunday nights. I said, is there any way that we could possibly use your facility for an hour and a half on Sunday nights, just to kind of gather our team, pray, kind of talk through next steps and stuff of that sort. And he said, oh yeah, I think we'd be easy to do that. I'll bring it up to our building committee. At that point, I'm like, there's no chance that we're going to have this opportunity. The moment you bring in a committee, it's all over. Is that a goose or a bicorn? What's that? Oh, okay. That sounds good right now. So. But in that process, they came back to us and were like, yeah, we're more than happy to rent out the facility to you for $300 a night. I'm like, $300 a night for an hour and a half? At this stage of the game? No. We're not doing that. So in the same time, we got an offer. I talked with another church. It was actually quite a ways away. It was about 25 minutes away. But they were like, yes, you can use our facility Sunday nights, no charge, and we'll even provide childcare for your kids. Yes. But at that stage, everybody is so bought in, they'll drive 20 minutes, 25 minutes, especially know they got free childcare during that time. It was fantastic. So that's where we ended up building the launch team, was there on Sunday nights. What do you do when you meet? This is the big question. Early on, do some fun planning. Think through games. Guys, let's dream about our community. What does our community need? Just begin to write things down. Begin to pray together. As you grow, you're going to need to begin to formalize things a little bit more. And I'm a fan of kind of doing the hybrid model with that, where it's, hey, we're going to do about 45 minutes, maybe preview service on a regular basis on our launch team. So it's going to be a couple songs of worship, stripped down. I'm going to do a devotional, so it's not a full-on sermon, devotional, and then kind of split. Give everybody a break, maybe 5 minutes or so, and just tell everybody, we're about to go into our business time. And even set up the room kind of like this, where we're at right now, and just tell people, hey, we're gonna break into our groups, and we're gonna begin to game plan what we need to develop in order to get our grand opening. So over here, this is gonna be our children's team. Over here's our AV team. Over here's our setup and tear down team. If you're interested, you're new with us on just knowing a little bit more about what those teams, hey, just sit down at the table. Then you coach the leaders in that process on how to interact and dialogue with people and coach them up and recruit them on their team. Then what you can do in between meetings, you can even designate these groups to go out and visit other situations, other churches to learn from them. So go, hey, children's team, you guys are going to go to this church on this Sunday, and you're just going to observe what they're doing in their children's ministry. Take a bunch of notes. What did you like? What did you not like? How would you do it different? What would you steal? Same thing, set up and tear down team. I want you to find a group of churches that are portable. I want you to go and set up and tear down with them, diagram everything that they're doing, what they're doing well, what they're not doing well. Here's a big secret. Portable church industries, they're like the top tier portable church group when it comes to, turnkey, everything set up and tear down. Like they put it all together. Most of their packages are well over $100,000, okay? Like they're that good at what they do. They'll give you a list of the churches that they're working with in your city. What we did, don't tell them I told you this, okay? Please don't. But what we did is we went and we set up and tear down with one of their churches. And we videoed and we measured and we diagrammed every single thing that they had done. And we just went back and built it ourselves. And it saved us $60,000. Saved us a lot of money. But we had skilled tradesmen in our church, and they loved it. Like they felt like they could use their skills to help further the church. So be creative, play around with those ideas, but go visit other locations. Expand people's boxes on different ways ministry can be done. Have them bring back a report, dialogue, and talk about it. Any questions on this? I would ramp it up. So maybe you start once a month early on, then you move to twice a month, then eventually maybe about 3 months out from your grand opening, go every week.
What's the typical timeline from start to finish so long?
Depends on the context. If you're in a parachute context where you're jumping in and you don't know anybody, it can be up to 2 years. If you're in a kind of hiving situation where you have relationships, you've been in the community for a while, maybe you have a couple churches that are helping support, maybe you take 10 people from this church and 10 people from that church or something like that, you could probably do it in 6 months. 6 to 9. So some of it's dependent on fundraising too, how fast your fundraising goes. Because you want to have X amount of dollars in the bank before you get to your grand opening. And you got to buy equipment. All that takes time too. So. Well, let's take a quick break. It's 3:05. Let's come back at 3:15, and we'll push to the end. So, and you can walk outside because it's getting a little warm in here. So. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, just pull the power in there. Oh, much better out here.
Drop down, going back up. California's silly right now with this temps.
Yeah. Were you guys impacted by the fires in Fresno much?
Yeah, everything coming down the mountain, literally. It's got to be a point. I don't know if you know where Los Banos is.
Yep.
So I was driving home from Morgan Hill. Everything's clear. Los Banos clear about 2 miles out from the Highway 99.
All right, you guys ready? Push on to the end. Grab that drink. We'll push in. So as you're looking at the development, so Chris, shh. I'm going to give you a hard time. There we're back. So as you're in the launch team development phase, at some point you may want to develop a launch team covenant. What is a covenant? Covenant outlines, clarifies the expectations of the team. In it, you should articulate the vision, values, have a specific time commitment. For instance, like, would you help us launch this church and be a part of the church for the first 3 years? That's a great way to kind of position it. Do note this, don't do this in a pioneering situation because you're going to have to disciple new believers up to this level. They're not going to get it. They're not going to understand it. It's going to be a turnoff to them in that process. This is more for those that are church people that are coming out of other existing churches that you need to clarify expectations, kind of going, hey, this is what is expected of you. You know, giving, time, service. I would even encourage, like, talk to them a little bit about how do you think this is going to affect your kids? How much time of the week do you think that this is going to expect? Just walk them through some of those type of things as well. That'll be very, very helpful. But again, in the pioneering situation, you're probably not going to have many church people at all during that process. And so this is important to think through as well. Question about the launch team covenants. All right. Size and personnel, I hit this a little bit already. A good rule of thumb, you want to have 40 on your launch team before you launch. If you think about it from that perspective, if you do good marketing and you connect with a lot of people relationally in your community, you could have 3 to 4 times what your launch team is by the time you get to grand opening. My launch team in Arizona, we were 75 adults when we had our grand opening. Launch team in Florida, we were at 80 adults when we did our grand opening. And it really did help us when it came to having a big experience. The reason why we think about 40 is you got to think through the issues of the church, the critical things you got to think through: worship, children's, financial, guest services, community life. That's why the 40 is a good rule of thumb. Questions on the size, personnel, any of that? Yeah, and there are good times to launch a church, and there are bad times to launch a church. So, like, if you're in one of those bad times, just hold off until you get to the good time and keep it growing. It's really, really fun when you start doing baptisms before you actually open the doors of your church. You talk about inspiring your team. That's a great way to do it. And guys, you're going to have to push them on this. Okay, they may get to 15 and think, we got it, we're good. They don't have the picture and the vision that you have of what God's going to do and what you need. This is very new. Like, you think about how new it is maybe for you, think about it from their perspective. They just don't get this. And so you need to even articulate to them, hey, we need to be at 40 adults before we get to our grand opening. And they need to be bought in. They need to be here ready to help and do what we need to do on a regular basis. And you'll have to remind them over and over and over again, 40, 40, 40, 40, if that's your number. Part of that, too, is it may require you to be mean for the vision. We were 20 in Arizona, and we stayed at 20 for a while, and I was getting frustrated because it was like they were expecting me to do all the work. And I'm like, guys, this is not what we're doing. This isn't the way this is going to work. You signed on the line. You want to be a part of this. You need to be having conversations. You need to share your faith. You need to invite people to come to this room. I finally had to sit them down and said, listen, I'm not trying to be mean, but I've noticed the last month, we're the same people in the room every single week. So I said, if you're not really willing to go out and share your faith, invite somebody to come in, like, if you're not bringing somebody next week with you, I just said, don't come back. Don't come back. And I knew that came with a serious risk, but after that moment, we took off. And within 2 months after that, we were at 75 adults. So, events? Absolutely. Absolutely. And there's a great site that would help you. Your district guys have access to it. So Chris here would have access to it, called Glue. It does the best demographic work of anything I've seen out there. Would you agree, Chris? Yeah. One of the things that it brings up in the demographic work is what are the main motivators of your community that you're trying to reach. This was incredibly eye-opening for us. So in Orlando, where we launched, it's the fastest growing area of Orlando. It's called Medical City. It's Lake Nona, but they refer to it as Medical City because we've got 5 state-of-the-art hospitals all been built real recently right there. It's just exploding as a result of that. The average household income in the zip code that our church is located is $130,000 a year. That's a median household income. When we began to look at the motivators, one of it checks is service oriented. Like, do they like serving, doing service projects, that kind of stuff. In our community, it was 2%, which basically means our community would rather write a check than actually get their hands dirty. So until I got that, we couldn't figure out why we were struggling so much trying to do things in our community. But what it did tell us was that the motivator was relationally oriented. They call it relator. 70% of our community is a relator, meaning they're looking for meaningful relationships with people that have similar interests as them. So the moment that we began to do that and create opportunities for people to connect with people that have similar interests, instant traction. Now, where we're launching in October, it's the complete opposite. It's only a 35-minute drive, but service there was 60%, relator was 2%. So our approach in this community has got to be completely different than our approach in that community. And that demographic will help you understand really the heartbeat of your community, what motivates them, how do they think, and then you can leverage that when it comes to creating traction. It's called GLOO, Gloo. And you got Steve Creer. So Steve should be able to walk you through that as well. If he doesn't, just tell him to contact me and I'll make sure he gets what he needs. So. Connect with me and I'll walk you through it quick. So, but that's where it's like you may think this may really work to help us build momentum in our community, and you may be doing something that's totally community is not even interested in doing, and you'll find it frustrating. You feel like you're failing. You're speaking a different language than the way your community operates. But be creative when it comes to building opportunities. You know, again, I shared the going out and giving out drinks and stuff that didn't work for us. One of the things that we did, because we were in a movie theater, we actually went and got permission from the movie theater to do characters. And so we dressed up as movie characters. Like we had Darth Vader, we had Napoleon Dynamite, Snow White, Superman. And we just stood out on Fridays and Saturday nights during their main hours. And we get groups of people to come together and do movie trivia. And when they came in to do movie trivia, if they answered the question right, we give them a free movie ticket. But when you had groups, we had incognito, just our normal people, walking through giving invites, inviting people to come and check out the church situation and stuff of that sort. And that went really well. People loved that. Some important things to think through launch team phase, even as you move into, launching the church. Speed of the leader is speed of the team. In other words, your team is not going to outperform you. They're not going to run faster than you run. Most of the time, they're going to run a lot slower than you run. You've got to operate the gas and the brakes. And so there are going to be certain seasons you got to hit the gas pedal. It's like, we got to go. And then there are certain times you got to hit the brake pedal and you got to give people opportunity to rest. Kind of slow down. This is the time to get ready for what's about to come. You want to share the vision in a clear manner over and over and over again. Tell people your expectations. If you want them to share their faith, tell them. If you want them to invite people, tell them. If you want to be there every Saturday night or Sunday night, tell them. Share your attempts to build relationships and to share the gospel with others. If you're not sharing your faith and talking to other people about Jesus, why in the world would they? Again, they're not going to outperform you. So take the time, even share with them. Hey, I was walking through the grocery store this week, had the opportunity to sit and talk with one of the cashiers, invited her to come to church. Would you pray for so-and-so? That maybe God would continue to do the work in their life. You need to talk about your success, but you also need to talk about your disappointments, your failures. People need to realize you're not the next Billy Graham. It's not like every single time you open your mouth, people are just coming down and coming to Jesus. Like, that's not the way it works, okay? But our tendency as pastors, we want them to think like, man, every time I talk, people come to Jesus. It's not reality. So share your successes, but share your disappointments as well. What it will do is it will trigger in the minds of your launch team members, he's serious about this. They are serious about this. I need to be serious about this. Like, so how do I move forward in that process? Questions on this? When it comes to empowering your launch team, empowering them is so critical. It comes back to training, delegation, all that. But here's some rules of thumb to think through when it comes to how you're going to actually empower them. Delegate tasks, not titles. Okay? Sometimes we get to the position where we think, I need this person, I don't want them to leave, and so I'm going to make them this. Like, you're now the pastor of, right? You're now the director of. Well, the problem is, once you assign a title, you can't take it back. So the moment you try to take it back, they get upset and they're out the door. You can only promote them. You can't take it back. So delegate task, not title. Here's the other thing you need to know. Leadership is something that is recognized. It is never appointed. People will come, again, they will self-identify themselves as, hey, I'm really, really good at this. And I mean, you fill in the blank. Pastor, if you ever need somebody to preach for you, I'd be more than happy to preach for you. Like, have you ever preached before? No, but I'm really good at it, you know? It's like, don't fall for that trap. Hey, I was an elder at this church. Red flag it. I mean, I had a guy come just this year. He came into our church. Never met the guy before. Pastor, I'd love to talk with you a little bit about, I feel like God wants me to be a pastor. Multiple times when I've been in churches, people have prophesied over me that I would be doing this, and I'd be doing this, I'd be doing this, and I would love that. And I was like, I don't know this guy. I said, let's go grab lunch. I'll just sit down and talk with you. So we went down and talked with him, and I started asking him, so who's been discipling you? Come to find out, YouTube. So YouTube, and people that you don't want him being discipled by on YouTube were his main disciplers, if that makes sense. I'll let you fill in the blank. You probably know the names. I'm like, we got a problem here. And I use this line with him. I say, hey, Jason, I'm so glad that you're here. I'm so glad you're trying to be sensitive to what the Spirit is doing. I want you to know right now, we don't appoint leadership around here. We recognize it. So start serving. If you're a leader, we'll know. Prove it to us. Guess what we found out this summer? He hadn't even been in our church 4 months. His marriage is a mess. Absolutely a mess. I don't know if they're going to make it. And yet, so many times, we'll just lay hands on people and we put them in positions and we don't take time to walk with them slowly and find out who they really are. Jesus himself warned us that there are going to be wolves in sheep clothing that are going to come around. Your job is to protect the sheep. Take that job seriously. And so don't just lay hands on people. Take time, recognize them. My rule of thumb, even when it comes to like appointing elders in the life of the church, they have to be in the church 2 years minimum before we even consider them for being an elder. Because we know it takes that much time for us to watch them, and they need to watch us. If that makes sense. Yeah. I just tell them, hey, that's great. That's not here. I literally like that. And that's what, again, it's about being clear. And the clearer you are right up front, they'll realize really quick, I'm not going to get my way here. And so otherwise you're wasting your time and you're wasting their time. And those type of people will suck your time. And you can't afford it. So you guys are church savvy. You're smart. It's like you probably have an instinct right away, kind of going, oh, you don't need to be like overly nice. You know, it's like, that's great. Not here. Start serving. Serving, you know, we'll watch. I mean, I've used that line over and over and over. That, hey, you know, here, the way we do it, we recognize leadership. We don't appoint it. So you need to serve somewhere, and we need to be able to watch you and see how you lead. And if they're genuine, it'll show. You know, but if they're there for the wrong reasons, that'll show too. So. Yeah. Here's the nightmare story, Dennis. So there's a story behind all these, okay? So my nightmare story was I had a launch team member. We were approaching our 1-year anniversary in Arizona. So we were just in the process of getting ready to appoint elders. We hadn't officially done that yet. But I was interviewing a few guys, and one of my launch team members, when he was during the interview process to join our launch team, he self-identified himself as an elder, okay? So he's like, I was an elder at my last church, and I'm like, red flag, watching him. But at that point, I'm not gonna give him a whole lot. You know, I told him, hey, you can help us with some of your lighting. He was a retired firefighter. He had a lot of time. I said, why don't you help us with some lighting, some sound stuff, set up and tear down. He could build things. So I wouldn't give him anything I was like gonna wreck us, you know. Sweet family, sweet wife. And so I'm like, I'm not gonna put all this on them because obviously he must have some great qualities. So, but I'm gonna note this to self, probably never will be an elder here, you know. So we gone all year, or almost a year. Things have been going good. He said he wanted to grab lunch in June, which wasn't unusual. So we sit down in June and we sit down and have a conversation. He brings back up, you know, I was an elder at the church before we came here, and I've really been praying about it, and I think God wants me to be an elder here when it's time to appoint leadership, you know, in that kind of position. And I was like, no. I'm like, Jeff, I appreciate you. I love you. I appreciate all you've done. But leadership is something we recognize, and I haven't seen that level of leadership in you at this point. So just continue to lead, we're going to continue to observe, but at this stage of the game, this isn't right for you. On our 1-year anniversary, which was about 2 months later, he exploded on my number 2 guy right before the service. Probably 15, 20 minutes before the service. Like swearing in the auditorium, about to deck my executive pastor. Like I had other people running out to get me to come in. Like, you need to come in, Mike is about to get decked. You know, like it was like that level. So I ran in there, I grabbed Jeff, I walked Jeff out, calm him down, walk him to his car, say, you need to sit in the car for the next hour. You can come into our second service and just watch in the back, but you're not doing anything. Your responsibilities are canceled for the day. You're not running the lights, you're not doing anything. I'll allow you to sit with the family, but we're gonna have a follow-up conversation with this. So we set a follow-up conversation with he and his wife. My leadership team and we sat down with him and said, Jeff, what you did was absolutely uncalled for. And he he was kind of nonchalant about it, like it was not that big of a deal. We'll just forgive you and move on. I said, there's 3 things I need you to do. I said, first of all, I need you to apologize to every single person that was in that room. Second thing is, you need to take a break. You need to take a break from serving. Obviously, there's too much stuff going on in your life and stress right now for you to be able to serve in this kind of manner. So I just want you to come and I want you to get healthy. So I'm giving you freedom, just take a break. 3 months, take a break. So the third thing is you need some spiritual mentorship, discipleship in your life. And it could be one of 3 people. It could be one of our key leaders here at the church. It could be a key leader at another church that I agree upon, or it could be a Christian counselor. I don't care who it is, but you need to begin a regular meeting with somebody that's a little bit beyond where you're at maturity-wise, spiritually, and just to begin to pour into you. I said, those are the 3 things I need to see in your life right now. He got ticked. He left, spread all kinds of rumors. He took several families from our church. And the funny thing is, he went to a Converge church down the street. I'm like, I know the pastor, like, you think I'm not going to say something? So I called the pastor up and said, listen, you need to know this is what just happened in our church. And he took a bunch of families from our church, and they're all at your church right now. Okay, I appreciate it. Thanks. We'll kind of keep an eye on it. I find out 2 months later, they were sharing the vision and some opportunities for them to serve in their church. And he turned to one of the guys that he took from our church as well. He said, man, we should really do this. I think this would be great. We should sign up after church service. He went back and signed up and dropped dead of a heart attack. They said he was dead before he hit the ground. That was an Ananias and Sapphira moment. I mean, I couldn't believe it. Like, God takes this stuff seriously. And we need to understand that. But those type of things are going to happen. Like, the moment you say we're open for business as a church, I'm telling you, every crazy in the neighborhood is going to show up at your church. And you've got to be able to spot it quick and deal with it quick and make sure you fight for your culture. Don't be in a hurry to give out authority and titles. And this, maybe I'm a little weird in some of this, but I'm really big too. Like, that even includes certain ministries. Like, we don't do women's ministry. We don't do a men's ministry. We have ministry that we do for women. We have ministry that we do for men. But the moment you assign, hey, we have a women's ministry, we have a men's ministry, it's like you already created budget and leadership and all these other things that go into that. And so I'm adamant to go, we got Bible studies that are for men. We have Bible studies that are for women. We do certain things that are just women-oriented. We do certain things. Yes, we're basically doing a men's ministry and a women's ministry, but I'm not assigning titles to them. Because I want to be able to change it as we go along the way. And I don't want to be like committed, like, well, it's going to have to take budget, and it's got to take this, it's got to take this. And so be careful what you assign titles to and authority to, really, in those early stages.
So how do you manage the different ministries? Are you the primary person?
Nope.
Or do you delegate?
We delegate it, but it's like, hey, would you be willing to tackle this? And then we'll reevaluate it. So, like, we got a women's Bible study. They meet every Saturday morning. It's 8 weeks. That's it. When 8 weeks is over, it's done. Then we'll come together and we'll talk about what do we want to do in the spring. Do we even want to do anything in the spring? So it keeps you a little bit more free, than making these huge commitments right up front that you can never change and never get back. You need to know what you're looking for before you ever get there. And this is really important for leadership. If you're sitting there kind of going, man, we want to be a multiplying church. We want to plant a church before we turn 2 years of age. Well, think about, okay, who do we need to get in the pipeline now? And what process do we need to walk them through in order to actually get that goal? And so you got to think futuristically about where do we hope to be as a church a year from now, 3 years from now, and 5 years from now, and kind of reverse engineer it so that way you don't lose steam and you can be more effective in that process. Look at 4 C's in the process of leadership development. Competency. Can they do the job? Do they just know what to do? Like, kind of important. Second of all, chemistry. Do we have chemistry? Is this going to work? Now, here's the question. And I know, like, if you know the answer, because you've heard me do this before, don't say the answer. How do you tell if there's chemistry? Like, what's your framework? How do you measure chemistry? What's that? The feel in the room? Okay. That seems a little nebulous still. Because what happens if you feel one thing and your husband feels something different? Here's the question I ask myself. Could I share a hotel room with this person for 2 days and not be driven crazy? If the answer is no, they're going to drive me crazy, no chemistry, not getting on the team, not doing it. So, like, figure out some of those practical questions. Again, sometimes we can over-spiritualize it. You don't need to. If they're weird, they're weird. Okay? Just call it for what it is. Culture. Do they fit our culture? Like, they may be incredibly competent. Like, they are brilliant. You may really like them, and you get along really, really well, but they don't fit the culture of who you are and where you're going. Don't put them in a position of leadership. If the cultural piece isn't there, don't do it. And nothing bypasses character. If they're low in character, low integrity, don't explain it away. Well, they're really smart. People just don't understand them. Like we excuse it. Don't excuse the lack of character. If the character isn't there, get rid of them. Don't allow them to lead in any type of position of leadership. They will make your life horrible if they're in a position of leadership.
If they're missing an element, right, whether it's the chemistry element or the character element, do they have permission to just be a butt in the seat for 30 days? No.
Yeah, they don't need to be in leadership.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, yeah.
Just a butt in the seat.
Yeah, I don't care if they want to be a butt in the seat. So, unless I don't have any more seats, then I'm going to figure out a way to empty the room. So, yeah. But you never want to be in a position where you need people, because you'll compromise one of these things in order to keep that person. And it's really, really tough when it's a friend or a family member. It's really, really tough. And even think through layers of leadership. Like, as you're assigning leadership roles to people and delegating tasks to them and stuff of that sort, you probably want to keep, I'll use this term, separation of church and state. In other words, like, I would never hire the spouse of an elder to be on the staff team of my church. Why? You can see how problematic that could become, right? What if I got to fire that staff person, but their spouse is on my key leadership team? They're going to make my life hell because I fired their spouse. I'm also really big, like, I don't want to hire a husband and a wife team both on my staff team. Because if I have to let one of them go, I have to let them both go. Don't ever assign somebody in a leadership position, hired or not hired, that you can't fire. Don't do it. Questions? Advisory team is something that you're going to want to build in the life of your church. And what is an advisory team? They're there to give you advice. That's it. Nothing else. Okay, they don't have a vote in the life of the church. They don't have this major say-all. They're not there to hold you accountable. They are there to give you advice. That's it. As you get moving on, the complexities in the life of your church will become so complex that it's just helpful to have a few people that are around you that are wise, that can speak into it and go, hey, we think this is a great idea. No, Lee, you're not thinking about this, this, and this. Oh, I'm glad you brought that up. You know, that is so helpful. This is pre-elder board, board of overseers level, okay? They could potentially become that. Here's the thing, don't tell them that. So when you bring them on an advisory team, that may be your fishing pool for future elders in the life of your church. Don't tell them that. I learned that one the hard way. I had an advisory team. I made the mistake saying, hey, for some of you, this may work out and you actually become an elder. Half of them did, half of them didn't. The ones that didn't got really, really ticked and made my life miserable and left and took people with them, and it was a mess. It was painful. So learn from my mistake, please. But your advisory team, that's there. Who should be on it? People that are smart and wise. People that have chemistry, people that are bought into the culture of your church. Like, that's who you want to have on that team. People you trust. How many people should be on it? At the most, 6. I would not go beyond 6. You get beyond 6, it all becomes white noise and nothing matters. Becomes hard to manage at that point. I'm fine if you want men and women on that, depending on whatever your perspective is. It's helpful having multiple different perspectives and voices there as an advisory team. When should it be put together? I would aim sometime around year 1 to begin to put that together. Give them a definitive timetable. Ask for like a 1-year commitment. And then you can reevaluate after that. And if you're at a point there and you're ready to move towards elder board, then you have people that you've already observed for a year in more of a leadership position and how they process and things of that sort. And at the same time, you're not bound to anything. And so it gives you an easy out as well if you need an out.
Who fulfilled that role prior to that point?
I would recommend prior to the board or prior to the advisory team? I would encourage you to have a couple people from outside your church that are pastors, leaders that you trust that can just kind of play that role. I have 3 pastors that are in 3 different parts of the country that do that for me right now. And I have an advisory team, and they're still in place. I actually wrote it into my bylaws that if there was an issue that the lead pastor needed to be removed, that those 3 people get brought in to help make the final decision as well. So, yeah. After having one elder making a coup attempt when I was bedridden, it was like, okay, we need another safety. Yeah, we need another level to kind of step in the gap if it needs to be. So, yeah. Any questions on the advisory team? I'd encourage you to make a job description, just a half sheet, maybe bullet points. This is what we're asking from you. What we do, we meet once a month. Right now, as an advisory team, we meet on Sunday evenings, and we meet for an hour and a half to 2 hours. We eat when we get together, so there's just something powerful when you come together and share a meal. And so we share a meal together, and we're very diverse. So it makes for fun. We're diverse ethnicity-wise, we're diverse age-wise as well on the advisory team right now. Once a month. Yeah. And I can tell you, it's been so helpful, especially leading a multi-ethnic church, multi-language church, having people that understand multiple layers of what we're doing to be able to speak into stuff. It's really, really helped us. As you're moving through the launch team phase, you want to connect with other network leaders, coaches, bring in supportive pastors to information meetings. I would say even launch team meetings. Allow them to speak for a few minutes, why they're excited about the new work, why are they supporting you as a planter. If they're a supporting financial church, give them a couple minutes to be able to talk about that as well. It just lends you credibility as you're in the process of building the stage of the life of your church. I would even say, like, when it comes to capturing written quotes, it's helpful. So early on, you're going to look at maybe creating 2 different websites. First website, it's information. It's more of a landing page. This is who we are. This is like introduces you, vision, and just this is coming type of thing. Then you're going to eventually switch to more of your actual website when you actually get towards your grand opening, kind of your more operational website. First one's more information, just helping people understand this is who we are, this is what's going on. That's a great spot to have written quotes from network leaders or coaches that are endorsing you as a leader as well. Pop those on that website to lend some level of credibility. That's more productive than the old school brochure now. People want to check you out. And even if you're walking around, you're meeting business managers, talking with them, sharing, hey, how can I pray for you? Half of them are going to go check out you on your website. So you want that website up and running fairly quickly. Again, you just need a landing page. It's not like you need this huge, robust website at that point, but you need a place that looks clean, just gets the basic information out there, introduces you as a planter to the community. Invite a network leader or coach to attend early training meetings, preview services. Allow them to give you feedback. What's working, what did you not like, how can we improve this? Give them a few minutes to even pray for everyone in that process as well. Have a network leader or coach fill the pulpit for you when necessary in the early days of your church as well. You want people to know, like, when you're not there preaching, the quality doesn't have a drastic drop. Like, the quality stays up, and that will help you in that process. Launch team, you're probably going to be there every single Sunday doing that. There may be something that comes up and you, as a result, have to bring in somebody. That's where bringing in a coach or kind of your network leader to help you in that process can be helpful. First year of preaching, I'm going to encourage you, you probably need to have to preach 50 out of 52 Sundays. The reason is this. It takes a long time for people to begin to hear your voice and to trust your voice as a leader. The only way they're going to begin to trust it is they need to hear it over and over and over again. And so that's why I say you've got to aim at probably preaching 50 out of 52 Sundays the first year. After that, you can begin to back away. My first church plant, I preached my guts out for a year. And I couldn't figure out why nobody was doing anything I asked them to do. I'm like, I suck. Like, I don't know why are these people even coming? They don't do a thing I ask them to do. Then we hit the 1 year mark, and all of a sudden it's like something changed, and they started doing what I was asking them to do. I'm like, what? I'm the same person. I'm preaching the same way. What changed? They trusted me. And it just takes that many times for them to begin to understand your voice and to trust your voice in that process. So when you bring in a leader to fill the pulpit for you, I'm okay too if you have a good pastor friend 30, 35 minutes away that preaches well, invite them to come and preach for you. I just would recommend don't have the mega church pastor 2 miles down the road be that guy, okay? Yes, okay.
What was, not with your second church, but because that's you're dealing with COVID with your first church, what was your numerical growth like from year 1 after launch? Was it like significant drop and then go back?
You're always going to drop after your grand opening. So the average drop is 50%. So whatever you have a grand opening, you're going to expect a 50% drop by week 2. Okay? If you're above that, it's great. But that's fairly standard in the country. For us in Arizona, we never had a year under 30% growth. The biggest year we had, we were about 108% in 1 year. So it was a rocket ship. So we were just trying to hang on and not blow the thing up. So.
You guys have anybody here that needs a year outline of sermons? Ask me, and Kyle gave us a year of launch sermon title topics, not the sermons themselves, but they're incidentally your
Awesome. Great resource. One of the things you want to focus on is you want to keep the priority on evangelism alive and well from the beginning of your launch team development all the way through launch team into you operating as a church. So make sure it's part of the DNA of your new church. It's critical. And this is why. If your new church is going to have 10% conversion growth in the first 100, it will have 10% conversion growth at 300. I would also add that the number will drop more and more in the life of the church. If you have 70% conversion growth in the first year, in the first 100, then you'll have 70% conversion growth at 300. It's proven fact. The longer that people are Christians, the less non-Christian friends they actually have. And so that's why as your church naturally ages, as a result, the evangelistic fervor begins to dip. And so you've got to figure out ways to be more creative and continue to stay innovative and continue to push that hard, not just as you get started, but even after you start and you kind of move forward in the life of that church. What do you think about that? It's kind of eye-opening, isn't it? We'll stop there. It's almost 4 o'clock. We're going to take a few minutes just for Q&A over anything that we talked about today, and then we'll dismiss. And for those that want to, we'll go grab tacos, and those that need to hit the road, they can hit the road. I know Kevin had a question. We'll tackle that first. Great question, Kevin. Did everybody hear kind of that question? He asked, like, when it comes to staffing the church early on, how fast should we look at trying to operate to get to multiple staff? Is that something we should focus on right away, or is that something we delay? I think a lot of it, there's 2 things that kind of come to play, Kevin, in that scenario. One is your own gift mix. You need to know what you're good at, what you're not good at, and then the context of where you're planting. Those 2 things will dictate a lot. I chose both situations to launch with a multiple staff. One is I know my gift mix, and I know some of my weaknesses. One of my things is I run at a crazy fast pace. And I know, like, I need somebody that runs at a different pace than me, a little slower. Because my tendency is, if you can't keep up, sorry, and I'm just going to keep going. And I know that's not good in the long term of the life of the church. And so my number 2 guy, he runs at a little slower pace. And he sees things a little differently than I see the world. And so we balance each other out really, really well. I also knew, like, I'm really good at this, and this in the life of the church, and These things I hate doing. I need to find somebody that actually can do that and do that well. So the way that my gift set mixed into that is I'm pretty good, honestly, with the business administration side of things. And I don't mind it, the high level side of things. I really feel like I'm pretty good at motivating and gathering a crowd and moving a crowd and getting them inspired to go somewhere, casting the vision. I hate one-on-ones. Like counseling, I think I'm a horrible counselor. Partly because I have no patience. I'm literally like, I told you last week, don't do that. What are you, idiot, you thinking, you know? So my filter just kind of disappears sometimes in those moments. So I'm like, I need probably somebody who's a little more nurturing, a little bit more merciful than I am. And so I try to find some of those type of people to kind of bring around me. A lot of it was dictated on the fact of how well can I raise money. And so it's like, if I can raise the money, I'm going to hire them. If I can't, I can't. And so it was a little bit of a fleece, before the Lord on that. The first one, it was hard, man. I knew I needed a number 2 guy, and the Vision Arizona guys required it. Like, they were like, you got to have 3 minimum full-time. Like, however you want to split that up, but you got to have that. They wouldn't let me launch until we got that. I met with 9 people before I finally found my executive pastor. And part of it was chemistry. Part of it was finding somebody that was fearless enough to actually go, hey, would you be my number 2 guy? I can't pay you, but we'll figure it out. I need to find somebody who's crazy enough to do that. And I found the guy. So I've tried to keep him, through that process. The Lord was gracious enough that we were able to figure out ways to raise the money each and every step of the way. But I carried more of that mantle. Well, the way both churches, we've done our fundraising, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong. This is just the way we did it. There are churches that they basically will say we have multiple pots. And we'll label it, hey, this is the lead pastor, this is maybe the number 2, and then, hey, here's the worship guy. Or however your game plan is staffed. So we're raising funds, or the funds are coming into the church. It's like, man, I raised all my money. Good. Well, he's raised maybe half, so that's all he gets paid. Well, he raised a quarter. That's all he gets paid until we grow and we get to those positions. I chose not to operate this way. What we did was we just created one big kettle, one big pot. All the money came into that, and we shared it. And so it was like, if the money's not there, we all take a cut. If the money's there, great, we all get paid. But I wasn't going to penalize somebody because they just couldn't raise the money or they didn't have the network, the relationships that I had. So I took a little more of that ownership and say, I think I can raise more money, and so I'm going to go after that and try to raise the money that they can't raise. But if the money's not there, we're all taking the sacrifice. We're all taking the hit. What that did was it built incredible loyalty right off the bat. And so those staff guys, man, they're with me. Like, they'll bleed with me because I was willing to take that hit. So a little bit is that perspective of which model do you want to land on when it comes to some of that as well.
So your staff guys initially with your Arizona plant weren't necessarily friends you had done ministry with
No.
for years. You interviewed people.
Yes. Yes. He said the people that I had on my team as staff guys in Arizona, they weren't people I had friendships with. They were people that were outside that I actually interviewed and got to know. My number 2 guy was the husband of a friend of my wife. And the funny thing was, I was at his wedding. So when I was dating my wife, I flew into Arizona to visit her and her family over Thanksgiving. They happened to get married. My wife was in that wedding, so I just went. And lo and behold, he's been my number 2 guy now at 2 church plants. And I was beating the bush. I mean, I was shaking every bush I could trying to find a number 2 guy. I knew I needed that kind of guy. And my wife connected with that old friend that she knew from junior high. Like, they'd been friends that long. And they reconvened, and they deliberately set up a bro date. And we went out, we met at Paradise Bakery, and 3 hours later, I offered him a job. It was just like, this was a fit. And he was crazy enough to say yes. Yeah. And what I didn't know is we were blogging the process of our church plant and stuff like that. They were following the blog. And while they were following the blog, God began to put in their heart, like, I think we're about to leave their current church situation. They didn't know where, how, that was going to look like. Yeah. We paid him from day one. Yeah. So my number 2 guy, we started paying 2 months before our grand opening. Yep. Same thing with we were about 3 months before our grand opening in Florida. So, and he's been my number 2 guy the whole time I've been a lead pastor. Both church plants before we actually got to the grand opening. Now, it was easier for me to raise money the second time around because I had learned some things and my network's bigger now. So, and what you guys need to understand when it comes to fundraising, my dad was a professional fundraiser. And he's fundraised tens of millions of dollars for ministry and stuff like that. So I kind of had a different upbringing when it comes to fundraising than a lot of people would have. But like number 2 time around, 10 minutes, I made 3 phone calls and raised $55,000. And so really quick, I was going, I can cover your salary, I think, heading into most of year 1. And then I just tasked him, like, go after as much as you can. But within 9 months, we were totally off of outside support. But like the church, they couldn't afford me still as a lead pastor. So they couldn't even afford me 50% time yet, even if they were going to pay. Yeah. In both contexts, we did a little different. So Arizona, I hired a children's pastor as the 3rd staff guy. Because partly my band, my worship team, were guys I discipled, and they were really good for that size of a church that we needed, and they were doing it for free. They had good jobs, and they didn't need to get paid, and they just, it's like at that stage, so I didn't have to pay anybody worship-wise. I honestly think, too, most churches, you don't need to pay a full-time worship guy until you're over 400. Just don't fall into that trap. You don't need to. You can get a long ways using part-time talent and paying a few musicians and stuff of that sort. So like even like this time around, we started full-time with a worship pastor in Florida, but I fired him 3 weeks after our grand opening. So, we didn't get a full-time worship guy until this summer. So, did you have any? Okay. But did that help answer some of the question? Okay. That's where it's helpful, like if you know where you're going before you get there, it helps you know, okay, it'll probably take me this amount of time to raise X amount of money, and you can begin that process and work towards that. It is hard. I think it's harder in the life of the church. If you've got, let's say you're at 50 people or 100 people and you need to raise the money for somebody else to get on staff, if it's any position besides children or youth, it's harder to raise the money for that. People will give because they see the impact it'll have on their kids. But if it's like, hey, we need to hire an executive pastor, they're not going to give extra for that. We need to hire a business administrator. We don't care. But my children, okay, I'll give towards that. So just kind of know that, keep that tucked in the back of your head. I don't think we're going to see the same influx of people walking in the church as we saw after 9/11, after COVID. Partly, our world is way more polarized now than we ever have been. For instance, the most polarizing word in America right now is a four-letter word, M-A-S-K. It is. It's the most polarizing thing. I mean, I can't, as a pastor, you can't win. You cannot win. Do we wear masks? Do we not wear masks? I mean, it's both sides are equally vocal. You can't win. Unless God pours out a spirit of revival, I don't think we'll see what 9/11 was. I think our job just got harder. But at the same time, the buy-in is higher. So those people that are with you, they're with you more than they ever were, which honestly has been a gift. Like for us as a church, like we're running 60% of where we were pre-COVID. But the people that are with me, oh man, they are all in at a totally different level than they were pre-COVID. And I realized that some people I thought were all in with us, they're gone. Like they have not come back. And I don't think they will come back. Maybe I'm a pessimist, but I just think that's the reality of where we're at. Yeah. Yeah. Why would you say that? Like, so they say. Good word. Well, it's 4:15. Let me pray for us, and then you guys are free to go or hang out and walk and get tacos in a little bit. So, Lord, we love you. We're thankful for you. I thank you for your church and the miracle of it, the beauty of it. Even in the midst of the mess, it's beautiful. And God, we thank you that you would use fallen people like us in that process. I pray for good rest, fun conversation tonight, and safety for those that are traveling back and forth as well. And we look forward to continuing the conversation tomorrow, I ask in your name. Amen. Have a great evening. Yes. Yeah. It's really my pleasure.